Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I am your host, Laura Lake, and I keep forgetting to introduce myself at the beginning of these videos. So for those who have never met me, again, my name is Laura Lake. I love these kinds of conversations. I want to get to know the human beings behind the skills, behind the stories, behind the business. Because what I love to talk about is courageous connection. And what that really means is I want to know the emotions behind the actions, the emotions behind the stories. And that's where a lot of the individual personalities come in with the skills that you have. So throughout these interviews, you're going to see my playfulness, you're going to see my depth, and we get to explore all of the lovely human beings for who they are before we learn about their messages and their business. So with that being said, I would love to introduce my first guest, Alana. I love you so much. Just let me know if you're ready. Awesome.
Welcome. I'm ready, more than ready. I love you too. Like we know each other so many years already.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very interesting way how we bump into each other. And it was always fascinating, some of you very interesting features of your personality. How you
Okay, now I want to know. Oh my God.
it's beautiful one. It's very beautiful. Your quirkiness, your way of fast communicate anything and everything that you see on the screen. Like this is, it's like Lightning McQueen, but in real world. It's fascinating. I just for the viewers, I speak English only 2 years, and then when I first met Laura, I was rarely speak. I mean, I do understand everything, but she was so quick in the chat. At that moment, we were in the Bluetox community live, and I was like, all Americans can write so fast. I'm like, how on earth it's possible? But I later down the road, I understood that it's absolutely her magic skill. This is Laura.
Okay, I do want to apologize because I get so excited. And the more excited I am, of course, the higher my voice goes and the faster I speak. So it's
Natural.
really hard for someone like you when we first met to go, what is she saying? And I have to be more mindful of that. So I appreciate that.
But you train me very well. I mean, you kind of have to get used to these different voices, different tones, different
Mhm.
accents. Even I mean,
Oh,
that's what I understood, that English it's a million of accents, like Southern accent and Canadian accent. It's a thing. New Yorkers, like this is all different people with
oh yeah.
the different expressions, different way of speaking in a
Mm,
way.
yeah. And growing up, I used to find the fastest rap songs I could find,
Oh,
just so that I could test how fast I could articulate words and
oh
not have
wow.
them all mumbled together.
I could not do this even in Russian. Like, it's
I
my
know.
native language, by the way. I know 4 languages:
Oh,
Ukrainian,
wow.
Arabic, English, and Russian.
You
Different
know Arabic?
levels. Yeah, I know Arabic. My husband, he's Arab from
Ah,
Tunisia. He's Tunisian
okay.
guy. So living him with him for 15 years with 2 kids,
Yeah.
I kind of start to understand everything with time.
Okay, one more thing about the language, but it does tie to business, so we'll make it super fun. Is I also used to really love tongue twisters. So when I was young, I was given a pair of socks, and I used to describe them as my purple fuzzy Care Bear sticky toe socks,
Oh, wow.
which is really hard to say.
Say
But
yes.
I made a game of it so that I would say it really slow and then faster and faster and faster until I can
Yeah.
say purple fuzzy Care Bear sticky toe socks.
Oh, wow. It's fascinating.
So they're my purple fuzzy Care Bear sticky toe socks. But now
Oh,
I use them as a reference to the work that I
mhm.
do in my business, using it
Yeah.
as like an analogy with deer, me identifying them as the ones wearing the purple fuzzy Care Bear sticky toe socks. And it catches people's attention.
Yeah, it's a
So
beautiful
all of
analogy.
this blends in.
Beautiful. It's like with me with language, then people say like, how could you build social media marketing business so fast, like 2 years? You probably have connections, money, or whatever. I mean, I cannot believe that it's from scratch with nothing. Like, it's unbelievable. It
Yeah.
you probably have something on your back. I'm like, I know English 2 years. This is my speaking.
But
What
you
about
don't
this?
have to be a native speaker.
Yeah, I mean, how much effort and dedication you put into something,
Yep.
that's fruits of your labor you get. I mean, for me, it's very straightforward way. You put your head down and you just work. It's not the tricky part. It's not immediate, like reward. It's not a. So I work with social media. I know in the depth. It's very fascinating. Like, you post, you have some likes, views, even you feel that it's small amount, but I always said it's relatively small, because if 28 people like your post, I mean, just imagine 28 people standing in front of you saying, yes, you did a great job. Is
Exactly.
it too small? Is it too, it's not enough? I mean, it's a lot of people, but people normally don't feel like this,
Yeah.
because of we nurture it in a very different way. But anyways, if you work with social media and you have very like immediate reward, but in life it's quite opposite. You work, 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 and then what I found so many times in my life, you suddenly everything starts to be right in a
Yeah.
way. Like, you find people, you find the fascinating projects, you have money. It's like, month ago you didn't have anything, now you have almost everything. But
I love that.
10 years of work, you kind of feel uh like, I didn't do this. This is reward.
Yep.
This is all you get after years and years. I built my career for 20 years in law, in philology, in Russian language literature, in marketing, in writing, in public speaking, and now I start to get these results.
Yep.
It's not, it was not like that. Is why it it's understandable when you start to unpack it like this.
I do
People are like,
like
oh,
I want to
really?
come I want to come back to that for a moment
Yeah,
because I have my research question, which I've already asked you, but it's different every time. So you're not allowed trying to think of your last words.
yeah, yeah.
So, Alana, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Sunny, because this is like literal explanation of my name, Ilona. It's Hungarian name. It means sunny, and
Hmm.
it was very lonely in my childhood to hear this name, because I was raised near the Arctic Circle, and
Oh,
Hungarian names in Russia, it's very rare, especially in the time in the 90s when I grew up. So it was always lonely, but when I understand its meaning, and yes, like, this is how I want to be perceived, how I want to be in life, sunny, despite of all everything that happening in front of my eyes, with me, pain, suffering. I want to be sunny person. This is my personality.
oh, you
um,
are. I feel it every time.
this is how I wired myself. This is what I'm gonna be. I won't be sunny.
Hmm.
It's a lot of pain and suffering in the world. I do not want to be part of it, or pour into this. Dedicated.
Mm.
This is absolutely me. If I want to achieve something, I just go for it.
Yep.
Full mode, I just go for it. This is what I'm talking about just a few minutes before. Just put your head down and work for it. Dedicated and loyal,
Oh,
because when I build connections, and I believe you're a person that can prove me right in this case. I build connections with people. I do not want just to, hey, hi, hello, and like, this is what I do not like in sometimes in American networking. Like, hey, hi, nice to see you. This is my card. Bye
mm.
bye.
Yep.
I mean, what's the point? And the same goes. You must be, mm, like, surprised maybe in a way, but so many podcasters. I've been in so many interviews.
Yep.
It's like boom, boom, like question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. Or it's about him or her and me, like on the background telling my course of my kind of story or whatever. Because this is about him. I feel like all conversation goes about him or her.
Yep.
Like, uh, and what we what are we doing? Like, what, especially for podcasters, because
Mm.
this is like the thing that you do to connect with others and to unpack these beautiful conversations, and people really enjoy, love, and person can pour his heart or her heart into this conversation, tell a story. This is the most important and most interesting part, not the 3 tips of how to build business or,
Yeah.
I mean, it's very important, but it's not the first thing that people really interested in podcast conversations. Even with very huge scientists, they do not start like, tell me like details about how our nervous system is wired, why it's like this. No, just tell about yourself. Why you're doing this? Why you're really interested in nervous system or whatever we talk about with scientists.
Mm.
So loyalty and connection, it kind of goes
Yep.
in the same box, let's say. So if I start to communicate with the person, I start to communicate with the person, not his job or whatever.
No, no. But that's why I really love these interviews is I've seen so many interviews where it is, I have this list of questions and I'm just going to
Exactly.
read them to you and I want you to
Yeah.
give me like 1 or 2 sentence answers. No, I don't want that. I want it to feel like you, me, and our listener or our watcher, that
Mhm.
kind of sounded creepy. The people engaging with us that are not on
Yes.
the stage with us. I want them
Yes.
to feel like we're in a living room somewhere, a coffee shop, having
Yes.
a casual conversation, getting to know each other the way that networking should be done.
Yes.
Because I know
Thank
you
you.
and I both know networking is not about the card, as you said earlier. Here's my card, here's my card. It's about, and it's not about finding your next client. It's not.
Yes.
It's about
Yes.
building relationships with people
Yeah.
who might know your next client. So
Yeah.
never assume that the person in the room might be your next client. Never. If they
Yeah. It
happen
can.
to,
Yes.
great.
Yes. It can happen, but just enjoy the communication conversations, and
Mhm.
if you can be helpful to a person. This is what I do not like. This, I know something, but you need to first pay me, that I open my mouth and start to talk, because we have in my field especially that this, I believe it's very, very toxic advice, that if you deliver like value, you need just to give me your money. It doesn't work like this. If a person first time see you in his or her or their life,
Yeah.
they will not buy right away. They need to try to test, to understand what is all. Even car, we have a test to test to test the car, just to drive.
Hmm.
How we can buy without any even guarantee to return, because if we compare it to the store, we have this. Okay, I can buy, I do not know anything, but I can buy and then bring it back and say that I don't like taste. If we talk about groceries or clothes, it's not right size, not the right color, and it's okay, they just give me back my money, that's it. But here I need just from from the first side, just buy and go for it and invest and risk. Who will gonna do this in our modern world? That is
Yeah.
why don't hesitate to help others first, and don't be afraid that you give too much. It's never too much, because even if you give too much, person can accept only specific amount of information of your help. Depends on his or her state, mood, um, so many different factors. Even
Mm.
if you say later the same words for money, it will be perceived very differently from the first side, from the first time. So don't be afraid to give this value during your communications. Never, please.
Mm. I've started in my head, not on paper yet,
Mhm.
creating best practices for myself, not for other people. And one of the ones that I've decided is that my knowledge is not for sale. What is for sale is me personalizing that knowledge to the type of people or to you specifically. That is really what you're paying for, because then you're asking me to manipulate that knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's the part where the human comes in, not the AI. It takes a
Mhm.
lot of creativity to take all of these pieces together, see how they fit in different ways, like Lego
Mhm.
bricks, and then find out what is best for you or for that group, not everybody or not me.
Yes,
That's what I really
absolutely.
want people to pay for.
Yes, and think about the second part. If you give a person not personalized knowledge, but strategy, or build
Yeah,
for him or her system from the general knowledge, you build this not for him,
exactly.
but if you talk about course, if we want to dig into this course
Exactly.
creation,
Mhm.
you talk about how to connect all these dots of all this Googleable knowledge into
Yes.
system. So, and later it can be one-on-one conversation or VIP package that you nail down this to the person, or you create a personalized system for him or for her, for their business. But first, also that's for money, it's a system strategy. Uh, you cannot find it easily, but you can find a lot of knowledge about this, about advice, how you should do this, how you should not do this, and in so many in different spheres, and so many times you find the controversial advices at the same time, so you should do this and you should not do this at the same time. Just give me the clarity here, what should I do, how I should perceive. um, system is also for money.
Yes. I'm working more in implementing the systems
Mhm.
that are right for me and aligned with who I am. Because if I implement the wrong system, it may be the most wonderful system in the world that gets you awesome results. But if it's not aligned with who I am and how I like
Yeah.
to play and work, I'm not going to do it. Or I'm going to do it in a different way. And so it comes across differently. And then I'm not getting the same results. It's a whole process, just learning which processes are right for me.
Yes, knowing your values,
Hmm.
uh, it's tremendous step to build your system, because for example, I can advise you to build your social media presence through manipulation, through like give me this and I give you that, or and your conversation in a very specific way, storytelling in a very specific way, so people just have no other way just to buy from you. It's very toxic and a manipulative way to have your money from social media.
Yeah.
But for example, me, I do not go for it because I know how it works, but this is not something that I enjoy and that I propose to my clients. Authenticity, this is my jam. This is, I truly believe if you who you are, you can have all money that you want to have in the world through social media. It's absolutely enough for your audience. You don't
Mm.
need to mask yourself or manipulate them to get what you want. It's a toxic and as I said, and the exhausting way. You can do it easier, like much easier. You don't need to pretend someone.
So in my mind, I picture you as like the Instagram reel queen. But can you tell us what your core message actually is and how that plays a role in that?
Yes, absolutely. As I said, authenticity, be yourself, grow and sell. This is my motto, and I promise you that you can convert your daily life into profitable content. I'm specializing in building content systems for you, for your business, for your brand, whether you're influencer or most likely I work with entrepreneurs, coaches,
Mm.
solopreneurs, service providers, if you want to say it like this. Uh, because I believe if you build a system that includes your social media, connects to your website, connects to your email marketing system, that it's all aligned with each other, you will not lose no one during this journey as your client, I mean your customers, because you attract them through social media, you pour them into your website, and then they ready to buy, or you send them to your email marketing system and they get ready to buy from you. This is how it actually works. It's not about reels or one post to go viral. It's not about content ideas for this week. I'm sorry, but it's not about this.
Thank you.
It's about much more complicated process, because I always suggest you to think about your business. Your business, it's a very complicated structure and system. Why on earth you think that it's very complicated structured system, some kind of magically land in the one post on your social media? It's ridiculous if you think about this. You build your coaching business, your maybe product business, or you provide some services, I mean lash maker, nails, anything and everything you can think of, cooking, baking. You build a system. You have ingredients, you have how you buy it, you have your account, you have a banking system, you have your accountant, you have your taxes paid, duly paid in this specific periods of time. You have legal connections with your customers through contracts or receipts. You build a system. It can be small, but system. How you transfer this system to your social media website, again, online presence. This is the crucial part. That's how it works actually for your business. It's become profitable. Of course, it takes time, not about 1 week or 1 month even, but it's worth it, because once you create it, you just set it, and later you just analyze, maybe change some things if it doesn't work, but you have it. It's like your business. You build it, you have it. It's not that you need to build it or rebuild it every 2, 3, 5 months in a row. No, you find it, you like it, it's working. Maybe some pieces of this system, some maybe connections among elements of this system doesn't work. You find a not right accountant. Okay, you can change them. It taxes, it's too much. Okay, let's think about different type of legality here, how we perceive this money from our customers, LLC, incorporation, or whatever. We can change it. Yes, we can. But the system, it's the same. We can tweak just elements. It's absolutely the same for social media presence, for your online presence of your brand. It's the same idea. It's nothing new. And when you think about this in this way, it's about investment.
Mm-hmm.
It's like with your business. You invest time and maybe money at some point to build this system. Although you do not, maybe you didn't have, or you have small number of clients at that time, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
You need to give something to get something back. It's absolutely the same with social media. Nobody in the world just give you their hearts, likes, views just because you show some Canva template with your offer. It doesn't work like this. Maybe 10, 12 years ago, when we share plates of each other, what we eat, we like dig into the details of plates on Facebook. Oh, you eat these eggs. You remember this time when we have just plates on our Instagram? It was a plate.
Yes.
But now it's a much, much, much more complicated system, especially when AI rising, AI tools,
Mhm.
it's so accessible to us. It's even we even level up this game. It's much more complicated. It's simpler, but if you do not know anything, it's much more complicated to jungle all these things at the same time. Again, if you do not have a system. If you have system, it's very easy. You start the post and you see the result at the end of it, your bank account. Easy.
You make it sound so easy, and I watch you do it over and over and over. You're just so much fun to watch on Instagram. You really are. Because you're like, I'm going for a walk. Look, I'm taking a train. Look, I'm going over here. Looks, there's some cool people. I have some cool food. Whatever you're doing that day, you always blend it in, and you have this uncanny knack of being able to leverage everything. And I love it.
Because it's actually like this, your
Yeah.
life itself, that you it's not about only me. I just
No.
set an example. I always love that, I only teach what I preach, or I walk the talk.
Mm-hmm.
I will not ever give you any advice that I didn't test on myself or my clients before. Just that I read somewhere, or even this wise phrase, I live it. That is why I tell you it's working,
Yeah.
because I tested, I did it, I created system for myself, and I said,
Mm-hmm.
I need to first start with myself, with my brand, and then people will come to me, because I did it first with my first book, my first best-selling book. It was in Russian, a novel. I just pour my story, my heart of domestic violence survivor, because I wanted to help other women to unpack this craziness that they live in, especially in Russia, because
Yes.
it's a scary place to be if you're a woman, because you're so unsafe in so many different angles of your relationships with the society. I do not even talk about only purely about men, but any interactions. And so many women there, they just even do not know that they live in a violent atmosphere. That is actually abuse. It's abusive relationships, because victim will never go to the book store and say, how not to be a victim. Let's pick it up this book and find out everything about myself, because I am a victim. It doesn't work like this. I know, because I went through this journey. That is why it was a novel. It was fiction. It was fantasy. Like somewhere, nowhere. It's not about Russia. It's not about United States, Taiwan, China, whatever. It's about some fantastic world. It's Cahokia. Cahokia is actually existing place on planet Earth, by the way, in America. I didn't know at that time that it was in America. When I Google it, and it's like, oh my God, it's in the United States. Wow. And within a few months we moved there. But it's another story. Now we can go for it, but not for now. And it's a magical world, and I show how these relationships unpack in the head of victim, in the head of abuser, and when they combine with each other, because it's like completely two different worlds, how she perceived him, and how he perceived her. It's so drastic change, and when women just uh, grasp this change, it's like, wow, this is what is really going through. I didn't know.
Yeah.
That is why it becomes bestseller, best-selling book, best-selling novel, because it helped a lot of women to understand this. And I promoted myself, I marketed myself. It's a self-published book, because if you're a first-time author, I could tell you, not a lot of publishing houses just lining up
Yeah.
behind my shoulders and saying, please give me a manuscript. Like, no way. You need to do it quite opposite. You need to run around and convince them to publish you. So it was self-published, and it was my first marketing campaign, first my marketing effort to promote it from here to there. So it's a task with the asterisk, let's say.
Yeah.
uh, so because I wrote it being here, my idea was there. Then we moved. During this period of time we moved. I wrote it here and promoted in Russian, promoted in Russia from online. It was purely online, not
Mhm.
in person, online, and it ended up being bestseller. uh, that's when other my fellow entrepreneurs, my girls, come to me and say, you did it. Like, enormous task. Can you help me to do it here? It's not that hard, but here, can you help me to do it here in the United States with Americans? I start to go for it and build my brand, help other. female entrepreneurs, then nonprofits, and I became more and more. Now I'm already videographer and social media marketing strategist manager. I have a team. It it grew very organically. In
Mhm.
my case, I never ever ever use ads, Facebook ads, whatever. Never, never in my life. I grew organically. Yes, I do not have millions of followers, but
Mhm.
these people are exactly people, my community,
Exactly. Yeah.
that I need to nurture, I need to help, I need to dedicate my time. And they give me back tremendously, tremendously. It's much more interesting than million of followers. Believe me, it's much, much more valuable when you really connect with your subscribers, followers. If we talk, for example, on YouTube, you're listening now on YouTube. It works almost in the same way with the smaller specifics to the connected to the specific social media, but it works with all people because you connect with, first of all, you need to understand you connect with people, with the real human beings
Yeah.
that in flesh and blood they hold this phone in their hands and they want something. Yes, they dream about something. They go through so much mess in their life right now, especially right now.
Yeah.
We have mess all over the place in this world, all over. And you trying to give me these three tips or whatever you offer, swipe, 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 swipe. I do not need this. If
No.
you're not relatable to me, to what I feel, to what it's important for me, you're not for me. You're not in my community. You're not in my feed. To be connected to people around you, much, much, much more valuable. And it's investment. Also, it's investment. Believe me, it's worth it. Million times more. It's worth it. It takes time, but it's worth it.
Hmm. I don't usually do those posts where it's like 3 tips for this. But last week, when I did create a post like that, I thought of you specifically because it looked like that at the beginning, but it totally wasn't like that. It
Yes.
was like tip number 1, cool tech. Tip number 2, sing while you work. Tip number 3 was forgetting that you were on camera the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, if it's relatable, it can be three tips, believe me, but people need to see themselves in your content.
Exactly. It's
This
like
is the
I'm singing
secret
at
ingredient.
dance, and it's like, oh crap, I'm being recorded. And then I laughed at myself, which meant other people will probably laugh at it too, and we'll share in that slight embarrassment, and we'll just kind of be even more connected.
Yeah, and it's okay because you're a human being. You went through enormous things in your life. I know you. I know that you despite all that's happening right now, happy faces, and you're always positive. You went through a lot of mess in your life, like huge mess. And I
Yeah.
know it.
Mhm.
That's beautiful here when you share this vulnerable part of yourself, of your story, and you turn around and said it's okay, it's absolutely okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's not an embarrassment, it's not a mistake, it's okay, it's just me.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it, it's just me.
Mm. And Alana, this I think was the first time that we had a chance to really dive into your background story a little bit. You've put so many pieces together for me about where you came from, why you're so interested in authenticity with that book that you have. Do you have the book with you? Like, can we see the cover?
Yeah, it's just behind.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but it's in Russia.
That's okay.
Soon I will have my book in English. Okay,
Oh,
it's
I'm reading in English.
yeah,
Yeah.
my personal book. It's about building a profitable social media brand presence and be fairly paid for this. I had a blessing to have a book deal with the Morgan James Publishing House, New York. Enormous honor for me. It's a huge New
Congratulations.
York publisher, and it was a 6-year strategic plan how to go there. Just
Mhm.
don't be mistaken here. So it's just a miracle. It happens with me. No, it's a complicated process, including building up your personal brand,
Yeah.
strong personal brand. It's a huge part. How to be accepted to the publishing houses, to TV shows, magazines. Now I have interviews with magazines, podcasts, because I on this level that people just come to me. This is beautiful here when you invest, you build, you put your head down, you build this beautiful system for you. People start to notice you and come to you. You don't need to run around and search for them. they
Nope.
they come because you clearly visible for them, and you send this message: I'm here for you, and I'm a so right fit for you. And believe me, even without ads, they hear you loud and clear. Algorithm, thank you, algorithm of social media. I do not. I know that's not so many people love them, but they're really beautiful. If you know how they works,
Yeah.
they are really, really beautiful. They're really smart and sophisticated. It's even fascinating how powerful these machines now, and they really connect people with the right people. Let's say, because if you understand what is right for you in the first
Mhm.
place, but this is where clarity comes from, and you're like, tada, you
I
have
love
it.
that. We have about 2 minutes left, and I just want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
Yes, absolutely. You can find me on your social media feed, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. I'm here. Pinterest, TikTok, any social media. Again, I built a content system first of all for me. So
Mhm.
you find me, just put my name, IlonasEddik, in one line, and boom, you most probably see my face because I was in front of the camera. Uh, and this is the best place to start conversation with me. Comment on any post. Be welcomed in my DMs. It's just me in my DMs. Nobody in my team is in my DMs. It's just me. If you hear me in your DMs, it's me. It's not my assistant. It's nobody except me, because it's a very sanctuary place for me. I will never ever um, delegate this task to anybody, because it's, first of all, it's my brand. That is
Mm.
why I want to take care firsthand about you. Later down the road, you probably meet with someone else, but first of all, it's me. So don't be afraid to and hesitate to DM me, and we
Mm.
start our beautiful conversation.
Aw. So I do like to hold a little bit of space at the end of interviews for just whatever's on your heart or in your head. Our next guest popped out for a second, so you have about 60 seconds or so.
I just very grateful and thankful that we have this conversation, this beautiful day, morning. I'm grateful for this weather. I'm grateful for you, despite all our interesting things that happening before our interview, like technical stuff and all this. You
Yeah.
you just do not know how many things can go wrong behind the scenes. Working on social media, I know it for sure, but it's a lot of fun. This
It
is the
is.
best part. I love this. It's so much fun. And
Mhm.
I so appreciate you and having these beautiful connections with all of you guys. So thank
Aw,
you.
thank you so much, Alona. Love you as always. Aw.
Bye bye.
So our next guest is behind the scenes. Gina, if you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Welcome to the stage, Gina. Oh, you look so much like a friend of mine, the way you have your hair and your eyes and your lipstick right now.
Oh, really?
I
That's
was like,
funny.
wait, that's not her. That's not her. So, Gina,
Thank you,
I love,
Laura. Nice
yeah.
to
Oh,
meet
no,
you.
it's beautiful. I love the bold lipstick. It's always a great choice. I love to start off interviews with a research question, if you'd love to play with me
Thank
on that.
you, sir.
Okay, so if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Oh, well, loving, I think, is one.
Mm-hmm.
Kind, and like we're talking about career-wise or just anything wise.
Anything you want. So maybe somebody who just met you or somebody who has known your business for years. Doesn't matter. How do you want people
Maybe
to describe?
a bit of fun. Fun.
So loving, kind, and fun. Is that your final
Sure.
answer?
Sure. Is this going down in the annals of time?
No, because the fun part is every time I do interviews with people that I've already done interviews with, their words change. But the energy behind them is the same or very similar. And we get to see, like, I think some people I've interviewed maybe 3 times with this question now. So now 3 times I can start to see the beginning of a pattern. It's like, how have they changed? How have they shifted? How have they grown as a human
Right.
being? And as somebody who deals a lot with mental health, I can usually see where their mental health is at based on which words they use.
Oh, you deal with a lot of mental health too, Laura?
I do. Oh, see, that's part of my next question. So the loving, the kindness, and the fun. If you want to be described as loving, kind, and fun, what does that have to do with your core message?
Well, I really want to help people. So because I love them, because I want to love, I want to be expression of the divine love, I guess.
Aww.
And in the universe, yeah, and I want to help people get better anyways, but my specialty has sort of been mental health and addictions. Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're going to have fun. I don't know. Every time I bring in somebody with a bold lipstick that likes to talk about mental health, it's usually very deep and yet very fun.
Good.
Because we've been there. One of the stories I like to tell is in the depth of my mental health, there was a lot of things I didn't like to do. But one of the first steps I took was actually trying to wear red nail polish. Because to me, it was way too bold. And so when I painted my nails red and I saw it for the first time, I bawled like a baby and took it right off.
Okay. Aww.
Right? And so now with the lipstick being on camera a lot just says a whole lot about how far I've come.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you talk about mental health. There's a story behind that. I know there is. Are you willing to share why you got into that work and why it's important to you?
Yeah, I think I was interested in, when I got interested in high school, I was thinking about what should I do. One, I was thinking maybe I should be a nun, and then I thought, no, I kind of want the guys in my life. So I didn't want to be a nun, or I could have chosen another denomination other than Catholicism. But I was very interested in Jungian and Freudian. I was introduced to psychoanalysis, I guess.
Oh.
And the arts too. So I was interested in all of those, but I ended up choosing mental health. I got an undergraduate degree in psychology, and my family was not the healthiest in terms of mental health. So I don't think I started seeing the counselor in high school, but probably at university to try to help me through the world, having grown up with my family.
Oh. So if you look back on it, do you think high school you definitely could have used the counselor in high school?
You're so right, Laura, because it would have prevented me from a lot of addiction issues, even in junior high school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my parents were kind of controlling. Like, I remember even junior high, my mom was still telling me what to wear. I'm probably going to look back over this interview and say, oh, too much information.
For the right people, it's not, though.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And my mom's gone. She'll understand. She'll hope it'll help somebody else. She did the best she could, but she just didn't have the tools either, Bless her heart. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had to have a lot of conversations with my mom because I talk about mental health. And of course, we bring up stories of our own lives to help teach and educate and inspire.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, okay, Mom, this may have been what I said, But as you weren't the one going through that, you don't quite understand context-wise what this means for these people. So let's sit down and talk about it.
Nice.
So when I would share it from my perspective, what she was doing versus her perspective, what she was doing, she finally got it.
They really don't understand from their context.
Yeah.
You know, the culture they grew up in was so different than ours.
Exactly.
You know, a generation apart is a lot of years.
But I love that we can have those conversations and learn from each other.
I'm so glad you're having those conversations with your mom, Laura. That's fantastically healthy.
And
Really
you with your clients and audience as well. So when it comes to your message, what are the different ways that you like to share your message? There's the typical speaking and writing and podcasting, which we're totally going to talk about. But are there any other ways that you love to share your message too?
Well, I like speaking, and I've done a little bit of it. I've spoken at a few conferences over the years. I also did a chapter in this book, Live Life and Wow.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yes.
Pollock, and Nuggets of Wisdom, Openness, and Wonder, and or Wonder, Openness, and Wisdom. And I told my story about my own personal mental health and addiction journey, and then how I went on to help others in both mental health and also addiction in the workplace, where I'm focusing some of my work now.
So what got you into the workplace addiction specifically?
Yeah, that one where I remember being, there's some poignant moments in our lives, right? You know, where they're just memorable. And I was at a job, I was near the end stages of my addiction, not feeling that great, kind of isolated and drinking a lot, using a lot. And I had a boss. He was a lot of fun, but he was an alcoholic too. And he'd come out of lunch, you know, he'd go to the bar at lunch, or I don't know where he went to have lunch, and then he had a few. He'd come back a little more red-faced and a little bit of bounce in his step. He was a British guy, pretty funny. But I remember wanting to, and I was suffering my own addiction, and I wish there'd have been like, why wasn't there 1-800 number there, you know, or a card, or somebody saying, are you depressed, or are you suffering from addiction? And I thought, well, I sure can't talk to him about it because he's in the boat himself. So he wouldn't understand. And human resource at that time, let's see, that was probably in the late 70s, early 80s, wasn't that active in mental health or addiction, right? There's a lot more stigma than there is now.
Oh, yeah.
A lot more stigma. Stigma is a very bad thing for anything, right? Any topic.
Yeah.
Some judgments.
The last time I had a conversation with anybody anywhere near an HR department was when I was struggling with my own mental health. And then I had a coworker who was picking on me for no reason other than the fact that I was another female in the office. And there's probably some other things that I don't know about beyond that. But from my context, it's like there's nothing. And so I thought I was having a private conversation, asking to, you know, who to talk to in HR. How do I work with this? Not mentioning any names, not mentioning anything that's happening, you know, just trying to be very open and honest, going the proper procedure. But HR did not want to talk about mental health. No. Sent my boss to do it. And then my boss demanded that I tell him every detail. And so then the whole situation just got out of hand. And I was like, oh my God.
Oh,
from there, I did start thinking, well, do HR departments even have any training on mental health? Is that maybe why they deferred? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they do. Even to this day, you know, I don't think that they do. I don't think that they do in terms of their curriculum to become an HRP or whatever it's called, their professional designation. No, I have to look closer. But last time I looked at their competencies, there wasn't anything to do with mental health in there, which is so atrocious because, well, they administer benefits, like they administer, dental and all the rest of them, but they administer EAP benefits and employee assistance. Well, they haven't been around that long either, have they? But with
Right.
the AP benefits, that's a mental health benefit. It used to just be substance abuse. It used to be just other recovering alcoholics in the workplace who stepped up to help. That's how they started EAPs.
I was
Yeah.
watching a show on Netflix called Mad Men, and it
Yeah.
was it was showing most of the people in the office, or at least the main characters, drinking all the time. And I'm like, was this really a practice that they used to have?
Well, even to this day, I mean, there's drinking on the job. When I was working like a landscaping job, yeah, lots of people drank and smoked on the job, and got high. And
Oh,
especially like bartending when I was waitressing, lots
yeah.
of that going on in the job. And I remember a friend telling me, and I did a little work with this company. They're a shipping company,
Yeah.
and at lunchtime, the parking lot opened up, and you could get anything you wanted in the parking lot. You could get anything you wanted, like crazy.
Wow.
You
You're
wanted a
meaning
bottle
more
of
than
Jack.
alcohol, right?
Yeah, if you wanted a bottle of Jack Daniels, they probably had. If you wanted a case of cold beer and you wanted to drink it over lunch, or if you wanted speed or whatever you wanted, right? Heroin or cocaine or marijuana, whatever
Wow.
else, what other designer drugs are out there now, ecstasy, and
Designer drugs.
that's what they call them, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what they design them themselves.
Wow. I remember us being, I don't even want to call it like loosey goosey at work, but like lax in the rules, I guess. We had 3 different people at work in our architectural office who made their own beer or cider at home. So every couple of weeks, they were allowed to bring in one for people to taste. Be like, oh, this is the thing I'm working on. We're just going to have like a nice lunch together, just sitting at the tables or our desks or whatever. And we're going to try each other's beer or cider or wine or whatever they were making. And then if they liked it behind the scenes, they would trade a couple bottles here, a couple bottles there. But it was nice and casual, and usually on a slow Friday, never when we were busy.
Right.
Because if you have a project going out, I'm sorry, we don't have time for lunch and beer. You just get it done and out the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember like the community of those days being so joyous, and not because of the alcohol, because we didn't make it about the alcohol. Do you find that we can find that middle ground within the workplace?
Sure, I think there can be workplaces that are joyous and have fun. I mean, you were lucky to be in a happy workplace.
I was. Yes.
Yeah.
Until we got bought out. And then
So you got
that's
bought out, everything
until we
changed,
got
right?
bought out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, sure, there should be a happy middle ground where, happiness, positivity is valued. I think there's more harassment in the workplace. There's more rules. There's, there's bullying that wasn't there before, I think. To
Yeah.
the same extent that people are suffering, and addiction and mental health, especially like post COVID. I think that COVID epidemic was a bigger than most people gave it credit to be. People's jobs went under, people's families died, elders died. It was a tough time. We were all isolated, which
Yeah.
trips us all back into our own trauma from childhood. So I think it was a difficult time for everybody, and I think we're still feeling it now,
Yep.
trying to reach a happy middle ground. But there's a lot of, I think, PTSD, depression, anxiety flying around the workplace still. Do you think so? Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah. My husband's cousin, she works in childcare, and
Yeah.
she's now seeing the COVID kids start school, start daycare, and she's like, you can tell which ones were stuck home and not
Uh-huh.
able to go to daycare
Yeah.
during that time. She's like,
Wow.
they're a completely different breed, and we have to change the way that we do things.
They have to be more socialized or something. They're not used to kids.
Oh. And like a lot of them, unless their parents took the time to sit down and teach them things during COVID, but most of us were stressed and trying to figure out what's going on. So even that basic learning wasn't done,
Yeah.
let alone the social aspect. So they're
Right.
having to teach these 4-year-olds colors, numbers, like how
Wow.
to pronounce things. Yeah.
Wow.
Even I think she said that they had a kid who's supposed to be starting school this September, and still wasn't potty trained.
Oh,
And she's like, we're having to teach these kids these things, so it makes our day easier. But of course, they're just daycare providers. They're not at home to make sure these habits continue.
no, and parents, I guess, are so stressed, and parents don't get skills from their parents. So where are they supposed to get it? You know, you don't have to have a license before having a baby, right?
I've had that conversation with so many people. There should be like a course and a book,
Yeah,
a
right.
test you take before you're allowed to say I'm pregnant. Oh my God. But
Yeah,
bringing it back to the addictions and the mental health conversation, where would you like to see that conversation go in the next year, 2 years, maybe 5 years?
yeah. I'd like to see it be as shameless as a
Oh,
conversation about breaking an ankle. Well, if you broke your ankle, you'd go to the doctor. If you have anxiety or you had a traumatic event or a bad childhood, you go see a therapist.
mm-hmm.
Like it should just be just like that, like no shame. And
Yeah.
also, if somebody had a broken ankle, you wouldn't expect them to run a race the same way that a person without a broken ankle can run a race.
Yep.
And there would be more compassion, other than judgment around people or people saying, I like that word crazy to get out of the dictionary in the sense of the crazies, right? Because I mean, in the old days, Laura, I remember learning this at graduate school. They used to, well, they did lobotomies on people without their permissions.
I heard.
And
Yeah.
and then before that, they would shackle people to walls of dungeons if they had a mental illness, if they had bipolar or something like schizophrenia and they were yelling or out of control. They would shackle them to a dungeon, to
Oh,
the wall. So I think we've come a long way. We have more way to go. We have more way to go. And so I think, yeah, like not having the stigma, having help readily available, having it be like open conversation, like, at some safety meetings, there's a certain model from the Mental Health Commission of Canada came out with it. It's like a traffic light. And so it's red, yellow, or amber, green, right? So
yeah.
if you're in the red zone, you're having a really bad day. And for some of these guys, like on construction crews and things like that, or anywhere, where there's a high degree of suicidality in younger men right now, in the younger population, especially men,
Yeah.
you'd be able to say, I'm having a really hard day today. Like, and they might know that they're feeling suicidal even. And then you
Mm-hmm.
could, on a yellow day, I'll be like, well, I'm okay, but I'm not great today. This just happened or whatever. And then on a green day, they'd be feeling good. So just to have those kind of conversations to say, where are you at today?
Mm-hmm. I've seen that a lot in schools. They have some sort of poster on the door, on the wall when they walk in, and they either point to it or they do a circle and they talk about where they are. I love that they get to recognize that. We should do that in
Yeah.
the workplace. We just walk in and be like, okay, on my cubicle today, I'm just putting a frowny face. You might
Yeah.
not want to talk to me, but maybe later in the afternoon it might be green. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Or you could come give me a hug if I have that frowny face on. You could
Oh, I
come
would love.
bring me lunch or something or a coffee.
Oh, that would be extra cool. Okay, I have my frowny face, but then I also put could use hugs. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I'm not going to put that one on there, but other people
Yeah.
might.
Right.
Could use hugs. Could use your favorite song sent in an email or DM. Could use
Yeah.
wonderful pictures of cute animals. Like, and that would help get me from that red angry face to at least neutral.
Yeah. That
And then I'll
sometimes
give
it's
them
all we
like a
need.
different scent. Sorry?
Yeah. It's all we need. I think there's a lot of isolation and loneliness going on at work. And especially in our culture, Canada, and the United States, we're pretty individualistic compared to other countries, right?
Mm,
We're
yeah.
not as tribal for sure. And even at European, I think we're not as family oriented as those countries
Hmm.
or society oriented. Like, yeah, I think we're profit driven and we're profit and driven and individualistic, competitive. That's more our MO than
Yeah.
community and collaborative, unfortunately.
I think that explains why there is such a drive, especially in the entrepreneurial realm where we are, where you want to find those people who want to collaborate, like that kind of community energy. Yeah. Have you
Yeah.
found places like that that give you that support?
Yeah, different places I've liked to reach out and collaborate, and I've met with people to collaborate with. Yeah. And there's a
Nice.
lot of JV partnering going around too. I think a lot of that. I haven't done so much of that, but I know it's out there, which is great.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, fun question then. If you could like rub a genie's lamp, snap your fingers, and something great would happen that you're thinking of, what would you love to happen in the next year or so?
For the world or for me?
Either or, and don't make it realistic. It's got to be like rub a genie lamp type fun, cool idea.
I think we'd be a lot more open about mental health, like say in the workplace and just in society at large. And we wouldn't be shaming about it, and we'd be able to say how we're feeling. We wouldn't have to walk around with a smile on our face all the time if we weren't happy. You know, it'd be okay to say I'm not having a great day. Oh yeah, what's going on? Instead of okay, good, bye. You know, right?
Oh, yeah. You get the
Yeah,
random stranger going, "Hi, how are you?" And then you actually answer them, and then they don't know what to do
yeah, yeah,
because you didn't say, "Oh, everything's cool. I've had a great day. It's fine." The dreaded
yeah.
F word.
Fine. You know what F stands for? You know what F stands for? Fine.
You mean the other
It stands
fine.
up for effed up, insecure, neurotic, and embarrassed or eating. That's another one for
Oh,
compulsive
that's so
overeating.
funny. I didn't know it was an acronym. Oh, I like that. The frustrated, insecure,
Yeah, neurotic and eating.
neurotic, and eating. Yeah, probably that last one.
Yeah.
Oh, so you spoke about speaking. Have you
Hmm.
ever and writing? Have you ever done any podcasting?
I haven't yet, Laura. I'd like to. I'd like to get out there and talk about it more on some HR channels, right? I think they need it, clearly.
That's what I was thinking when you were saying that HR doesn't get that in their curriculum. I think you and I should just make this big push over the next couple years
You want to
to
do
look
that?
at all these HR events and groups and go, look,
All right.
if you need to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Are you doing mental health for work now, Laura?
I mostly focus on entrepreneurs, but
Yeah.
the whole concept of courageous connection is something for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, we'll have to talk after the interview then.
And my background's in corporate. So I
Oh,
was
that's
like,
good.
yeah, like I was in architecture for 15 years and we went corporate after we got bought out.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
after that I started my business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think needs to happen in the corporate world around mental health from when you were there?
Oh, I remember when the EAP came in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like for the first time, I was like, what is this? It's health benefits, but not health benefits? Like I was so confused because at that point I was recovering from an accident that I had in 2011. And then I got pregnant shortly after. Or no, I was pregnant shortly before. Then I had the accident. And then like life was just changing a lot. So my daughter was 17 months old when it happened. And we were, I didn't know it at the time, being bought up twice during that time.
Oh.
So when I finally got to corporate, I'm back at work, but I'm hardcore PTSD brain.
Yeah.
And I was not typical me.
We're
And at the same
irritable.
time, yeah, at the same time, we did the initial layoffs that always happen, right? Just to kind of adjust positions. And then that's when people started relying on me for things. And every 5 minutes, somebody would ask me to do something, which just made my PTSD brain go crazy even more because I
Yeah.
couldn't focus. So then when that came out, I was trying to get help, but I didn't really understand how it worked or what help I needed. And I tried probably 50 different healing modalities at that point.
Mm.
Just trying things because I didn't know. And so one thing would help me understand the next thing, which would help me understand the next thing, which would help me understand that first thing that I tried and didn't quite understand. Right. But going through that
Yeah.
was wonderful to just open my eyes. So I think, like, I've always wanted to go in and have that conversation with the providers of the EAP to just say, you know, mental health plays a big role on this. And I was part of the workplace health and safety committee as well. And I wrote a part of their monthly newsletter specifically talking about the mental health side of the OH&S.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
That
I
must
forgot
have
I
been
did that until like last week.
Yeah, how was it received?
People didn't even realize that mental health played a role in workplace health.
Wow.
I was like, workplace health isn't just safety. I get the hard hats and the goggles, but what if you just had a bad day and now you're just not paying attention? You did all the safety things correctly, but if you're not checking your mind as a tool as well, you're forgetting that extra layer of safety.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where I kept bringing the conversation back. It's like, you can get the other information anywhere you want. That's really easy to find. I want to make sure that you also know about this over here.
Yeah.
Whether you're ready to talk about it or not, I'm just going to give you a little seed. I'm going to plant a seed.
Just think about it.
And then next month, if people received it well, I'll expand on it a little, or I'll give you the next seed.
Yeah.
And that's all it really was.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Yeah.
You know, that
it went out to 3,500 employees. And I did receive one-off emails from people going, I never even thought about this, or thank you for putting in that tip. Yeah.
How great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're an advocate for it as well. Like me, you want to change it. You want to see it change.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure how much of that was me feeling like crap, or if it was me coming from a good place advocate. Yeah.
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 Well, it doesn't matter. I think our common humanity is the shared humanity, is the openness.
Yeah.
We're so often taught this closed family system, or don't talk about it. It's a bad thing. It's a shameful secret that you have a problem, or, you can't have a problem, right? You have to be perfect. This perfectionistic kind of idea.
I did feel that in corporate that I did not feel in our small company. Like, we had a small, I don't want to call it family run company. I guess it started that way. So it's architecture. Usually what happens is you gain partners, just like in that, not Mad Men that we were talking about earlier, right? The marketing with all the different partners. It was that kind of company. So there was levels of choosing people that had the right values and mindset to be a partner, so you work together. We went from that kind of chosen family to all of a sudden global 3,500 people.
Oh, man.
It was a culture shock, for sure.
Yeah. And not the same connection with each other. Same.
No. Then we all got put into cubicles instead of sharing like a long desk with tables in between us.
Oh, wow.
All of a sudden, I couldn't talk to the people beside me. And then the managers were in offices that took me 20 seconds to walk to versus 3.
You could just lean down the table and talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It treated us more like cogs in a wheel than human beings who are part of a community. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's lost in a lot of corporations, for sure. Community. But this kind of initiative can bring community back to people. It brings them back to themselves.
Yep.
And then it naturally bring them back to each other, I think.
Exactly. So you want to be on podcasts.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought of starting your own podcast?
I thought it might be a fun thing to do. Actually, I thought about having like a call-in show one time at the university, to have a mental health call-in show years ago. I should have done it.
Yeah.
But I didn't do it. But I've thought about it. But podcasts are a lot of work. You have to be finding people. I mean, it would be okay, but it would be a big endeavor, wouldn't it? Or maybe they're not so much work. I don't know.
I've been planning my own podcast. I just haven't started or launched it yet because I had the same kind of ideas you did. I don't want to do things the way other people are doing things. I don't understand why they edit video or edit the sound. Why can't you just upload the raw sound?
Exactly.
And of course, cut out the beginning and the ends that have nothing to do with the show. Hey, how's the weather? Hope you're feeling okay today. We can cut that out. That's fine. But like, why would I chop it up into 20 little pieces, hoping to get the best of the best, only to dehumanize the conversation?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's too.
It didn't make
it's
sense.
too. No. Cosmeticized or whatever it is. No.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
you could also go on different podcasts and speak at different people's podcasts, correct? Right?
that I do a lot. And I think I would love to see you doing that, Gina.
Oh, what do you talk on?
Okay, so you should be on my podcast when I start recording it for sure.
Okay.
It'll be somewhere around the idea of courageous connection, because that's who I am and what I talk about. Because a lot of it is mental health.
Mm-hmm.
But then I do want to see you. I'm just going to encourage you to be on other people's podcasts, whether it's about mental health, whether it's about the workplace, or addictions, or another aspect of you, that is related to those, but not necessarily those. Because then you can weave in that conversation of the work that you do to help bridge those audiences from one type of conversation to another.
Right. You can always bring them around to what you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So speaking, podcasting, writing, we've had fun this week about other ways that people share their message. So some people are artists, some people sing, some people dance. Do you have any other fun ways or different ways that you share your message as well?
Well, I had an idea, and then I thought it was too outrageous. It was going to be, I was going to write on a t-shirt. I was going to say F stigma on a t-shirt, but it probably wouldn't have gone over very well.
Actually, I know a lot of people who would buy that.
You think so? Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Mostly mental health advocates like us.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
But no, other ways to get it out. Art. I think art would be a really great way to do mental health and help people with their mental health. Singing's brilliant. Singing and music, because we all have a musical history, right? I did a little bit of music-oriented therapy, and it's a very interesting field. Mm-hmm. Like they asked us to do, for example, do a history of the songs that you listen to in your life.
Mm-hmm.
A playlist for your life. And it was very interesting to think what I listened to, and then at certain stages of my life, and then really looking at what I listened to and how did I come about to listen to that music, and what did that music mean to me. And yeah, it was very interesting. I think there's could be a lot of good music therapy, and music to put yourself in a good mood, what not to listen to if you don't want to put yourself in a bad mood. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite band or a favorite song? Because I love knowing other people's music.
I like Bob Marley a lot. I don't know about his certain things about him, but I like reggae music a lot.
Yeah.
I like reggae music. I like all music. I like classical music. I like kind of 50s pop music.
Do you remember Jive Bunny?
No, I don't know Jive Bunny.
Oh, okay. So Jive Bunny and the Master Mixes mixed together 60s and 70s music, like jive music. And then they just do a lot of the cutting. So it's usually 10 to 20 seconds of a song, and then they jump to the next one, all blended together. I played that tape, and I do mean like the two-sided old school tape, much. I wore it out. It broke multiple times.
You wore it out.
I wore it out. I love
music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Music's great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we have about 9 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we hold some space for a few things. So first, can you tell us where to find you and your favorite way to communicate?
Where can you find me? Sorry, my computer's going out a bit. Is that what
Oh,
you
that's
said?
okay. So where can we find you? And what is your favorite way to communicate?
Sure. My favorite way to communicate is by text, but I don't know if I'm going to give out my cell number now.
You
But
don't?
I, yeah, I think I'll just give out my email. It's ginavanderham@gmail.com. And you can also reach me at my website, which is a bit under construction right now. It's about my old therapy business, but now I'm moving into the coaching, and I'm also on LinkedIn. I'm on TikTok and all the Instagram. I'm on all of them. Instagram and Pinterest,
I knew what
whichever
you
one.
meant. They're all
Yeah,
like babies and sisters of each other. Yeah.
that's right.
You said your favorite way is text. Other than text, what way would you prefer people to contact you?
Email would be good.
Email?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then I always hold space, or I try to always hold space. Monday was apparently different. At the end of an interview, just
Mhm.
whatever's on your head, whatever's in your heart that you just need to share with people, what would you love to tell them?
Well, I don't know if people have tried EMDR before as a therapy. Maybe they've heard of it, but
Hmm.
when you get the right therapist, EMDR can be like amazing. It's an amazing therapy. Since I found it, I've used it all the time in my practice, and I see people like really changing from it because it actually goes back to the neural pathways in your brain where the memory was stored with the thought and the feeling, and then you come back to it, you bring it into your short-term memory, then you work on it, and then it's stored differently. So it actually like changes those traumatic incidences. And I've seen incredible healing from that. So if you haven't tried EMDR, I think give it a whirl. Give it a whirl and get a good therapist to do it with. So that's my one tip for I'd like to say to people for mental health.
Sure.
It's a
I've tried
great thing.
that.
You tried it too?
Yeah.
You, yeah, did it work for you? Did you like it?
I tried it right after everything was happening.
Yeah,
And so I was also on medication at the time that would make me sleep a lot. So
yeah.
what I do remember is it did cut down on the major reactions that I had. It just kind of
Mhm.
minimized the
Mhm.
extent of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was still a lot more to deal with. So
Sure, there can be, and especially right that immediate stress reaction, acute stress
yeah.
reaction is
Yeah.
different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good to hear. And what else do I want to? I just want to share about. Well, I guess I might want to share about denial around addiction. Like denial is so strong, right? And
Yes.
denial stands for don't even know I'm lying, or it ain't no river in Egypt. Denial,
Yeah.
but it's a strong psychic defense mechanism that we use
Mhm.
against something that's too painful, so oh, I never said that, or I never did that, or I don't have a problem, so just remember that denial is a psychic defense mechanism against pain, I guess, to try to be
Mm.
understanding people. And it doesn't always happen that somebody gets sober or deals with anything right away, but you can just, like you said, plant little seeds, Laura, right? Just saying little things to help people and out of concern for them, not out of judgment or any harsh critics.
Mm.
People don't do that. They've usually got a pretty good inner critic themselves.
So good at that. The
Yeah.
denial piece. I just want to like give a story just to
Yeah.
emphasize and prove how much that really matters. My daughter was 11 months old, I think, at the time, and I was playing an MMO, a massive multiplayer online game with 40 different people. There are 40 of us at the same time doing this thing together, and I'm playing this game. And I see my daughter wake up on the video camera that I was given, and she's wanting food. She was a preemie. So I had to go feed her because she still needed to develop and she was losing weight at the beginning. And my first thought was, I don't want to go feed her. I want to stay in this raid because I don't want to change 40 people's schedules around me. I want to be here. It feels better. And then I realized that I denied my daughter food for a split moment in my head, but I did deny
Yeah.
her food for
Yeah.
that split moment.
Yeah.
Like, I'm choosing a video game over the life of my daughter right now.
Right. Right.
That was my moment where I realized I was denying it for a while. And I had an
Ah,
addiction. So I quit
yeah. Good for you. You quit the games.
cold turkey after 6 years. Yep.
Wow. Wow. Good for you, Laura. It's very, same, me too. I went on a media fast for 4 months, and I don't use media the same at all anymore. It's so good not to be hooked to my phone,
No.
isn't it? It's all that dopamine that we're given in our culture, everything, all the technology, dopamine, dopamine, dopamine.
Yep.
Dopamine
I,
Nation. That's a
yeah.
book about it. It's supposed to be quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
big one. Our
so good.
social media.
I kept denying it because it wasn't the alcohol, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't those typical things that we talk about when we think of
Right.
addiction. And so I was like, this isn't an addiction. I just really like to play. No, it was an addiction.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you're baby, when you notice it with your little. Yeah. Well, good you notice it and you took action right away. That's awesome.
But then the aftermath of it, the withdrawal of it,
The withdrawal is bad.
whoa, that's where you start to get the mindset shifts of this is how it was affecting my life. Here's how I'm making different choices because I still want it, but I'm not doing it anymore. That
Yeah.
dopamine goes into cortisol, and then it shifts your body even further to the other direction. You're not healing at all that way. So,
Yeah,
wow,
it's a trip.
it is. Oh,
Yes,
Gina,
addiction.
I'm loving this so much. I want to say that were you in one of the Blue Talks books?
Yeah.
Oh, you were. Which one were
One
you
of the
in?
talks at Harvard.
Okay, because I'm like, I remember seeing your name with the Blue Talk stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't been around much, but I'm on the outskirts there.
That's okay.
Yeah,
We're here.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I hear
What
you're
did
having
you?
another good event coming up. Yeah.
We are this weekend, the Experts Boot
Oh,
Camp.
this weekend. Great.
Are you coming?
Yeah,
Or
I'll come for sure.
oh, yay!
Yeah.
So I
Aw,
want to
thank
thank
you,
you
Laura.
so much for this interview and being so open
Aw,
with whatever level you choose to be. Like I'll kind of guide people and then let them go how far they want to go because it's not always an easy topic.
yeah.
And so I want to thank you for your vulnerability and being here and sharing with us.
And you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you much, Gina. Can't wait to chat with you again.
Okay, Laura,
And
you
then will you connect with me behind the scenes wherever you like to chat? So if
I
LinkedIn
will.
is your thing.
I will.
And we'll get on that whole HR mental health conversation.
Let's do that.
Let's do
I
that.
love
Okay.
that. Okay.
Much love.
Okay.
We'll chat soon. Bye.
Bye. Let's have a good day. Okay.
So our next guest is behind the scenes. Elizabeth, if you're ready, you can just give me a thumbs up. Awesome. I tend to laugh because I'm like, you just never know when somebody needs a moment to get the hair out of their mouth or the cat hair, whatever it is. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Laura. Great to see you.
You too. So I love to start off every interview with a research question.
Okay.
So here's my question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Let's see. Loving, a great listener, and I give great hugs.
Ooh, great hugs. Oh, sorry, gives great hugs. I just don't want me to think of the energy of you wanting great hugs. So gives.
Oh, well, I want those too, but yeah.
Gives great hugs. I love that you shared a word with our last guest. Gina also said loving as her first one. So you said loving, that you're a great listener, and that you give great hugs.
Yeah.
What do those 3 words have to do? I guess 6 words. What do those 3 concepts have to do with you and your core message, Elizabeth?
About connection and relationship.
Ooh, tell me more.
Well, what I help speak to people about or help them through are courageous conversations and being reconnected and relationship and love and understanding, so you have to, some of those are important, and That's that's what I talk about, and that's what I want to help people understand, that we need those things. Because with your last guest, you were just talking, I just got some of the information, but you were talking about, being addicted to social media or games or whatever. And that's a lot of what I talk about, because bullying is rampant, mental health concerns are through the roof, social isolation is on the increase. Suicide is the second cause of death of teens in North America.
Yep.
In workplaces, the toxic environments are driving people away. And we need to be able to listen to each other, because we have become so incredibly positional that we just assume that our way is the only way. And it's a way, it's a thought, it's a perspective. It's not the only one. And I think that's that's currently what's driving people into wars and the things that are happening. Our political situation is really terrible. And it's for those reasons. So we need to be able to listen and understand other people first, before we come up with the 6 or 8 solutions that we think we have.
I love all of that, and there are so many points that I want to hit on, but I won't remember them all. So
Okay.
I'll start with why I gasped at the beginning, because the concept that I share is called courageous connection.
Oh,
So when you were talking about courageous conversations, I was like, yes.
well, it's about this, right? Courageous conversations.
Oh no, show us again. Show us again.
Okay. So this is my first book, called Courageous Conversations, a guide for parents to understand and connect with their teens. Because I absolutely love teenagers. I love their piss and vinegar attitude. I love their raging hormones. I love that, that particular eye roll when they look right at you and say, you haven't the foggiest idea about what's going on, right?
My daughter gave me that
those
last
are
week.
those are all elements of behavior.
Yeah.
And they're forms of communication that we need to be able to dig underneath to have those conversations and find out what's going on with our kids. And it's just because I really love teenagers. But these conversations can start when kids are 5 or when they're 55. Like, it doesn't, I don't want to lose sight of the whole idea of communication, but we need to be starting it considerably earlier. And, I can say that based on my background as a former educator. I retired from education about 3 years ago as a school principal. So, I've had, over 35 years of having these kinds of conversations and seeing what happens. Some positive things and some not so.
Yeah. I am currently writing a talk for a live event in a couple weeks.
Oh, cool.
And the talk that I was writing was about me in grade 9 and my attempted suicide in grade 9. And how my daughter is now in grade 9. And thankfully, we have been having conversations ever since she was a kid to help me, not directly, but like indirectly, help her through what I was going through at that age. Because I told her when she was younger, there was a time in Mommy's life that in grade 9, she was not doing really well. And my fear as she got older, like in grade 7, I started telling her a little bit more. I was like, my fear is that you would feel the same way that I did and do things that you really can't take back. And now that she's in grade 9, I told her everything that has happened because she's mature enough to hear that conversation, but she's also nowhere near where I was. And she kind of laughed. She's like, no, that was me in grade 4. And I'm like, oh, so now it's happening earlier.
Considerably earlier. Kids as young as 5 and 6 are choosing a permanent solution to what we know as a temporary problem, right? And there's no coming back from when you take your life. No.
Yeah, I didn't even know that until last year when I told her the full truth about what happened to me in grade 9, crying my eyes out, hoping that it wouldn't happen to her because I was so scared. And that's when she told me the truth about her grade 4. Just having that open, honest conversation was so eye-opening about how things have changed and where we we think we've done well and where we think we haven't done well and what still needs to be worked on and talked about.
Well, and there isn't a better time to have a conversation than right now.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, you can't ever get back the time you've lost, but there's certainly an opportunity just to say, hey, this is what's happening, or this is how things are, or I've noticed that we don't have a good relationship, or that we're always arguing, or so on. And being able to take on that responsibility and say, this is how I've been showing up. And I recognize that it's not always the most powerful or the most welcoming or the most understanding. And it's not an excuse, but I'd like to be able to invite you into a different conversation.
Exactly.
And if we could start with where we are right now and be able to share from there, then that's a start.
So do you find that there is a good segue into that mental health conversation with teens?
Well, I mean, one of them is just being able to say, I just read an article, or I just listened to a podcast, and I mean, you could be making it up too, right? But the whole idea is being able to say something, or I just saw it on the news. I heard about something recently. So tell me, is that, and so it's not so directed at your child necessarily, but have you heard anybody, talk about it at school? Has somebody shared something with you? And how do you feel about that? And so then that way it's an invitation and it's an opening to have a conversation.
Now that I think about it, that's exactly what happened one day. I came home from school and I got an email saying that there was an incident at the school. And they didn't give any other details. They just said this was why your child is late coming home because of a lockdown. There was an incident. And of course, my first thought is, oh my God, there's somebody in the school with a gun. And you do all of those horrible scenarios in your head. But when my daughter came home, because we've been having these conversations, again, indirectly, just as you said, he opened up about what did happen at school. And there was a child that had attempted suicide in the school.
Oh my gosh.
And so the police were there trying to mitigate that whole situation. Of course, they can't talk about any other details because it's minors and that kind of stuff. But she told me everything and how this person was just like me, the smiley, the bubbly, never to be expected to have made that kind of choice.
And so when I have those conversations with parents, because I try to get to schools to speak with school council, or you might know it as PTA or whatever it is, groupings of parents. And what I help them understand, and I have a picture that I drew of the brain with all of the kids' ideas and just stuff that's going on. But what I do when I go to live events is I bring a backpack with me. And in that backpack, I have a series of, and they're very heavy, a series of rocks. And I have written on them things like worry and concern. And, am I dressed right? Is my hair the right color of the day? Do I fit in? Do I have friends? Do I don't? Money concerns because they hear it from home, or they're older, right? And they're trying to get a job, or they have one, or, they want to buy something and they don't have money, or they've heard yelling in conversations at home about it, or lack thereof. Their fears and their worries, and, they might be excited about or attracted to someone and they don't know how to deal with that. They're not sleeping. They're engaged in social media. So they stay up all night, and then they're sleeping in classes. And so I tell them all of those things, and I try to help them understand that that's the backpack that kids are wearing internally. You only see the backpack that they carry externally, right? So it's got their books in it. And, I make fun of it because I've been a teacher for a long time. They have a crumpled up field trip form at the bottom that they've had for 6 weeks, and the field trip is today. And oh, by the way, could you sign it? And then they have a science experiment that's in their bag that was previously a lunch. And,
Broken
maybe a
pencil.
t-shirt that they should have brought home a while back to, wash or whatever.
Yeah.
Or they don't, or they have binders and things with papers hanging out everywhere, right? And that's what you see on the outside. So that's why I talk about having courageous conversations and being curiously engaged to find out what's going on underneath all of that.
Oh, I was like, is that sound part of you or me, or that's okay?
Oh, no, we have people putting in a new flooring.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's okay. I only heard a couple things here and there. So you did talk about speaking. You did talk about writing. And is Courageous Conversations also a podcast?
No, not at the moment. I'm trying to decide what that needs to look like at the moment, whether I should do, a daily or 2 or 3 times a week on YouTube, or whether I should do it as a podcast. And so I'm still trying to work that part out. Because, I'd like to give little tidbits of information every day so that it's not overwhelming with folks. But on the writing scene, I'm currently writing a second book called Courageous Conversations in the Workplace, because there too are issues like bullying is rampant, mental health concerns are through the roof, social isolation. I learned this word just recently called presentism, which means people are just showing up. Or maybe the other term that you might be more familiar with is quiet quitting, right? So they're just arriving at work and whatever that looks like for them. But here's the thing that's so common between what's happening in workplaces and what's happening in people's homes or at school is that people don't feel heard. They don't feel listened to. They don't feel valued. They don't feel they have purpose. And if people are yelling or screaming at them at work, or they're being isolated, or, they're being bullied, or something is going on there, excuse me, then what happens with that is that, productivity is down. Profitability probably is down too, because people aren't valued for the work that they're doing. And so if you want your profit to increase, then you need to be doing that, because those people really are valuable. They're the ones that are creating the jobs for you, or doing things, or, being of customer service or whatever. But here's the piece that people forget about. And that is that when that person goes home, one of 2 things typically could happen. One of them is that they have a loving, caring family, and they want it, that's what excites them. And so they work to pay for things so that they can have fun with their family. Excuse me. And then that takes them back to work so that they continue to do that. But here's the other piece of what possibly happens is that a person comes home from work and they're frustrated and angry and upset because they don't feel that they've been listened to or heard, or when they try to contribute, it's just pushed aside and so on. So there's anger, there's frustration, there's a possibility of alcoholism, there's the possibility of drug abuse and domestic violence. And I came from that. And so I know it to be true. And the more I speak with people who say you need to be getting into business and industry to have conversations there, then, that makes me take stock about, okay, how do we deal with this? But here's the other side of the connection.
Yeah.
Teenagers who don't feel like they're valued, or kids even younger than that, who also don't feel valued, who don't feel they have a voice, or that nobody listens to them, or they wonder about their purpose. And they've had those arguments at home and so on, and they pull up their hoodie and they put in their earbuds and they bring out their cell phone and off they go. But they're heartbroken too, because you might have asked them about their day. Like, hi, honey, I haven't seen you all day. How was your day? Right? They've had that day for 8 hours. They've been in classes. They've been with the same people. They have whatever that shows up for them. But you didn't ask about them. And that's the key piece, right? Give them a little time when they come in. If they throw their backpack on the floor and they're frustrated about something, give them some time to chill out and invite them into saying, hey, I'm having a coffee or soda or whatever. Can I have conversation with you in about 10 or 15 minutes? Will that be enough time for you to have chilled out? Right? And then that way you're starting fresh in a new space. But what happens with kids when we don't acknowledge and we don't give them value and so on, they become those adults who show up in those workplaces, who don't have any additional strategies, who don't know how to cope, who may not be as resilient as you and I would imagine that they should be, right? Because based on your age, you should act in a certain way. Well, that's a fallacy too. And
Yeah.
we need to help kids come along, and we need to help support them rather than just assuming, well, you're a teenager now, you should be able to figure it out. I'll give you some independence and so on. Except if they've never had you to speak with, to know good things. And if you're not the best model, where are they seeing it and where are they hearing it? Well, now they're diving into social media and they're looking for that magnificent, perfect world with sunshine and rainbows that you and I know doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because all they see are the fancy cars and the hairdos and the slim figures, and everybody needs to look like that. And we know that that's not always possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the things that I talk about.
I like the part about when the kid gets home after school,
Mm-hmm.
not asking them about their day, but asking them about them.
Yeah.
Oh, that hit me hard. It's like, ooh, because I do. When my husband gets home from work, I ask him, how was his day? When my daughter gets back from school, I ask her, how was her day? Actually, usually she comes up to me and she just starts telling me about her day. Unless she doesn't see me.
Right.
Then she's like, Mom, like she did yesterday while I was live. Which is good. Like, I want her to know that she can communicate with me, just not while I'm live. But I like asking her about her as a human being versus the roles that she plays in life.
Right.
Like the student.
And, some of that too, like you asked about, what kinds of questions or commentary can you have to open a conversation? And, sometimes you might notice that, their friends haven't been coming around, or they haven't been talking about this person that they typically talk about, right? And you could say, so I haven't seen your friend in a while, so what's going on? And just leave it open there. Well, they can say nothing. Well, it seems odd because, you've talked about her before, or him, or whomever it is.
Yeah.
And I just noticed that they haven't been here, or you haven't said anything about them, and so that way it's just an invitation, because that's so much about what conversation needs to be, is an invitation to have conversation and to be connected. Because as much as we think about, oh, well, we're connected on social media, half the people on there you don't even know, and you don't even know whether they're real or not. That's the piece that's so frightening, because kids are getting engaged with it, and sextortion is huge now in schools, and so is oh my God, a friend of mine talks about it, and she sex trafficking. And it's not, sex trafficking doesn't need to be, which I learned about, doesn't need to be international. It could be your next door neighbor. And so that's why it's really important for us to find out what's going on with our kids and what's going on in their cell phones and so on. And, because it's up to us as adults and as parents. Yeah, does it seem a little bit intrusive? From time to time it is, but it could save your kid's life. And what's more important than that? And you mentioned that with your last guest. What's more important? The video game, or the cell phone interaction, or the stuff that you don't want to share? because those become the things that are question marks for me to say, okay, if your child isn't talking to you about it, then what's going on? And why has it become a secret?
Well, I can think of a few examples just to
Yeah.
prove your points as well. My daughter used to play a lot of games on the PlayStation, and she didn't know what people's real names were. So when she saw people friend her, she just assumed they were her friends. They've been playing, they've been having fun, so she would add people as friends. This one person started sending her photos. And then we were like, what's all these messages? Because sometimes we would play her account too, so that we could get whatever progress she was having and that kind of stuff. Checking in on her because she was a minor, that kind of thing. And she's like, why is this person asking for my photo? How do I take a photo? And we're like, what? We dive deep into the rest of the conversation, see what's going on. And we're like, this person is probably not a nice person. These photos are inappropriate to send to you. You should not be sending any photos back. We don't even know who this person is. So we're going to unfriend this person. We're going to block this person. And we're going to monitor your messages for the next little while just to make sure this doesn't happen again. And we explain, why all of this. And she felt better. She didn't feel afraid. She didn't feel any of that. So it's like, good, let's have those conversations. And then,
Well, yeah, because what ends up happening, and we're seeing it more and more, that we really don't know. And there are more predators out there. There are more ways that people can manipulate situations and so on. And these are our kids.
Yep. And now she's got her phone and she won't let me look at it at all. She was complaining to me one day. She's like, why is my phone so slow? And the battery only lasts about 4 hours. It's like, probably because you have a bunch of apps on it that are loading at start and just taking up your battery all day. So she left to go somewhere and accidentally forgot her phone. So I log into her phone. I get rid of all of those apps. I turn off the apps on start and that kind of stuff. And I told her what I did after I did it. And then her phone lasted a day and a half. She's like, what did you do? I was like, I just told you yesterday what I did. No, I didn't look at your messages. No, I didn't look at your photos. They're all safe. But just a reminder, if there's things that you feel are inappropriate, let me know. And I can help you figure out how to work around that. But here's your phone back.
Well, and I think if that becomes part of the conversation, and there are guidelines around using the cell phone appropriately, then that conversation becomes that much easier, right? Because then you can say, have you noticed that there might be people, or are you sure that the person that you're having this conversation with is really that person? And remember when we did this during the games? I mean, and there's so much out there now that can prove that that's what's really happening, right?
Yeah. No worries. So I'll try to put some stories in when it's really bad. About a month ago, she came home from school and she was telling me how these boys at school were picking on her. I was like, picking on you how? Like, depending on how they're picking on you might mean that you react in a different way, or respond, in a different way. So she was telling me how they were throwing balls specifically at the girls' chests and pelvic area. So it's like, you do know that is sexual harassment, right? I was like, it's at a different level, but it still is. She's like, really? I was like, yeah, because they are specifically aiming for those parts of you. That's why. And she's like, oh. And I was like, that behavior like that starts there, and then it goes to even more inappropriate things. And that if they keep this up, they can be charged with sexual harassment. So then I told my daughter, talk to the kid first. Always talk to the other kid first. You don't have to bring the adults in if you treat the other teens, because they want to be adults, as adults. So she had the conversation with them. This is inappropriate. Here's why it's inappropriate. I've already asked you to stop. But here's what could happen if you don't stop. And they immediately stopped. They didn't even have to bring a teacher in. And she was so proud of herself when she came home that day because they stopped picking on her and her friend. And then probably other people too. And the smile, I was like, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome that she had that courage to do that, right?
Well, that's
And
what we're practicing right now.
The other thing about that is that, and this is another piece too that I've seen through the years, is kids are often awkward when
Yeah.
they like somebody,
I know.
right? And they do the silliest things, and they sometimes make the most inappropriate choices. And so it was helpful for her to be able to have that conversation with him, because that might be something that he was doing to attract attention, just
Yeah.
because, that.
Yep.
And, because he was with his friends, then that's the way to sort of show off. And I don't really mean it and all that other stuff. But wow, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
That she was able to have that conversation.
I just like that when we keep bringing it up, just as you say, your core message is if you keep opening up a conversation and inviting them to be a part of it that's not directly aimed at them, if you make that a habit, the relationship with your teen or any teen really can just elevate. And then they learn how to be a better adult. I can't remember who said it, but somebody was saying we're not training kids to be kids. We're training kids to be future adults. I love that. So then I keep thinking to myself, how can I improve me so that I can be a better example for her? And how can we have conversations where I know I'm not very good at it, and I want her to know that I don't know the answers either. But maybe let's go to Google, or maybe let's find a class, or maybe let's talk to somebody who's had experience there or an expert in it so that we can learn together. Because I want her to know I'm not that kind of being who knows all and sees all. I'm not. I'm your mom. I'm a human being just like her. And if I don't know, we'll figure it out together.
Well, and that's a lot about what I say to parents as well, because that way, then they get to see the humanity of their parent, right? And being able to say something like, like a couple of things that you've just said, let's go look it up. Or, you know what, I don't know anything or everything. So let's have some conversation about it. What is it that you've heard? What is it that maybe, should we go and see a therapist, or should we go to, an agency to have a conversation so that or a medical professional, so that we know together how to work along this. Because the thing is that if we can have those conversations when kids are younger and they bring their tiny problems and you deal with them and you acknowledge them for the courage that they have to bring it to you and to have a conversation about it, then they're more likely to want to have those conversations with you because they feel safe. But if they're hearing in your environment that it's not safe and that you're, whatever your combination of partner is, and they're hearing things that aren't particularly, or they're a little unsavory, or they're, things maybe they shouldn't be hearing, or examples of what your background and your influences and so on, then they won't feel safe to come to you. So that's all part of it too, because although they might not be saying things, they're listening and they're watching and they're trying to figure out how that all works. So if we start small and we start with, rather than, oh, don't worry about it, because my mother used to say that to me in all honesty, and she'd say, oh, honey, just go to school and have a good time and so on. And she meant that heartfelt, but she didn't know some of the stuff that was going on at school. And I couldn't tell her because in the environment that I lived in, I didn't feel safe to share some of those things.
Yeah.
And so we need to be able to provide a space for kids to feel safe with you to come home with that. And, I've had parents come to see me who have said, I don't know how to connect with my kid. I don't know what to say to them. I don't, I just, all we do is yell and scream and so on. And it's like, okay, well, acknowledge first where you're coming from. Because I always talk about the whole idea that, your background is back there, but some of that shows up here every day. It shows up as a filter, the way we see things, the way we hear things, the way we speak. And your kids have them too. And so if your child typically thinks or feels like you're always, aggressive with them or assertive, or, you're always yelling, or you always feel mad, then that's how they're going to hear you. They're just going to be in that place. So when you take responsibility for how you're showing up in your relationship with your kid and saying, I recognize that this is sometimes the way I am, or this is happening, or there's lots of stress at work and it's not an excuse. And then recognize the impact for your child and say, I bet that it must be frustrating or annoying or upsetting you or whatever. And I recognize that that's not helpful.
Yeah. I'm just thinking how powerful it is when we apologize to our own children.
Because what you're doing then is you're setting foundational skills for them to nurture and to grow into. Because if we keep avoiding having those conversations and we don't ever get connected, where do our kids learn that from? So they'll hear it outside and they'll try on that and they'll try on this. And then in some cases they, end up with unsavory characters because they feel connected to that particular group because they hook you, right? And they say the right thing and they, they just draw you right in, because if you're not feeling loved or you're not feeling welcome or listened to or so on, those are it's so incredibly manipulative, but they're the people that end up drawing you in, and then you get hooked in with them and you don't know how to escape, or how to, and escape might be a big word, but it's truthful these days, right? And that's the stuff about sextortion, and that's the stuff about, sex exploitation, or any number of things that are really happening out there, way more than we know.
The sexploitation thing. I laugh a little because my daughter and her friends make fun of me for being old school and still forcing the boys to sleep in a different room than the girls. It's like, you'll understand when you're older, but here are my reasonings, right? I don't want to be the parent where other kids think it's okay to do that at my house. I don't want to be the parent where other parents think that it's unsafe to send their kids at my house. I want my house to be a safe place for all of the kids. And as you grow, I don't know what your friends are going to be like. I don't even know what you're going to be like. But the best thing that I can do right now is to try my best to protect you in these smaller ways that are so meaningful later.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not about where you're sleeping. It's about the feeling of safety for everyone involved. And that's what made the kids finally say, okay, we get it. We don't really like it because we want to snuggle all the time. Yeah, I get it. I was like, you can snuggle right up until bedtime, but as soon as it's bedtime, they're like, okay. And then they do it. And then they feel safe. And then they have so much fun because I let them pile up in a pile, they call it a cuddle puddle. They just lay on top of each other with a bunch of pillows and fuzzy blankets. We have a great big C-shaped couch with a section that pulls out. So you can lay on the couch with your feet up. And so they pile it with blankets and pillows and teddy bears. And then they pile on top of each other. And then they turn on a movie and just snuggle. And it's the cutest thing ever.
Well, and when they feel safe to be able to do that, and they come to your place, and that's that's as well an opening for conversation too, to hear about what's going on out there, and I think sometimes those are the places where then people feel open and trusting, and that's where those skills develop as well.
I told one of her friends, is like, my hope is that no matter what you or your friends are feeling, maybe shit hits the fan at home. Maybe school is completely awkward or hopeless or whatever it is. I want them to know that they can call me or you or just show up at my house, and I will let them in and I will feed them and they will have a place to stay. Like that, I don't need to be the cool mom at this school, okay? I just need them to know that they are completely welcome. So then I told that to a couple of her friends, and I'm going to like play it myself for a moment. The kid was like, but you are the cool mom. I was like, you're not just saying that to make me smile, are you? She's like, nah, you're just really fun. I was like, okay, but I don't have to be, but thank you.
Well, because in those kinds of connections and in opening up to conversation, that could be the very thing that saves somebody, right? And we don't know that impact, and we may never know. But if they're feeling like, oh, I remember something that Laura said, or Laura, or your daughter's mom said, right? Or a teacher at school or so on. That's why it's, even with these days with enormous class sizes and the diversity in each class and the expectations for teachers, it's still a place that can be safe for some kids. And they, in some ways, they might be more interested in staying in school than they are going home.
I had a friend of mine I had one that would walk home, and she would stay at the school until the second bus run, because we were country kids and only so many buses. So the first round of buses would take people home. Then the buses would come back for a second round of kids and take them home. She would stay at the school until that second round of kids finally left, and then she'd just be like, kick a rock, slowly meander on her way home because she didn't want to go home. And then I had neighbors just be at my house because we had dogs and they were allowed to stay for supper. It's like that's not cool, and yet cool on the other end of it.
Well, and I think it just gives kids an outlet.
Yeah.
To some other safer space, and then working through, how do I show up in the world, right? And how can I make myself, maybe I'll try a little bit about what that mom said, or I'll, sneak into being just a little bit more courageous the next time I want to have a conversation or ask a question in class or so on. Because, our classrooms sometimes don't feel safe either. Yeah. Because of, and again, that goes back to what's happening in other places that our kids have to show up like that, and what makes them bully, because that's part of the research that I've done too. What, we want to always look at the victim, but we need to look at what's creating the situation that this child feels like that's what they have to do. Well, really what they're doing is they're trying to get the hurt away from themselves. And so they don't know how to do it any other way other than just attack other kids or animals or other people that are around. And we need to be looking to help that child as well, because he or she is also a human being who's got a heart, and maybe their heart isn't being filled.
I've had a few conversations lately where it's just the reminder that underneath all that pain, underneath all that hate and that anger, it's just a need for love.
Yeah. Love and connection and relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I know that in that moment, it feels hard to give that, but that's what they need. Yeah. So, Elizabeth, I want to make sure we have about 4 minutes left. I want to make sure we know where to find you and what your favorite way is to communicate.
Well, where to find me is courageousnetwork.com. That's my website space. If you want to get in touch with me directly, then you can write Elizabeth at courageousnetwork.com, because that goes to my email address. I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook mostly. I try and, give words of wisdom or thoughts or ideas or places and spaces to find things. And so that's usually where you can find me.
Ooh, you're giving me ideas. I'm trying to think of a website name, and I was just thinking like Laura's Courageous Space or something like that. I was like, oh, that might be good.
That's very cool.
It's like something about courage in there.
Yeah.
That's me. I do want to ask you, there's a couple things I want to ask. The first
Okay.
one is, you kind of hit on it a little bit. I was going to ask, was courage something that you always had? But you alluded to the fact that you weren't always courageous. When did that switch? When did you start being more courageous?
Well, I think based on my own environment, I just started with going out and helping other people. So we would fill, Christmas baskets. Excuse me. Or there would be, a walk or a run to raise money for an activity or a mission. And then it wandered back and forth. I mean, it wasn't, all of a sudden, now I can take on the world, but it was progressive. And, there are still times where I think about it and I say, okay, Elizabeth, you're in the process of writing 2 books about it. You speak about it often on stage. How about if you step into your own, right? And so that's why my byline is step into conversation with courage, because that's what we need to continue to do. And, and I often ask myself, okay, well, what's the worst thing that can happen? Or what's the best thing that could happen?
I like that one.
Yeah.
It's harder, but I like that one.
Well, I mean, with the, when I say the worst thing, I mean, most often that's the conversation that we're having inside our head.
Mm-hmm.
And it creates usually bigger scenarios of possibility of fear than it does the reality of it. So when I say, what's the worst that could happen if I have this conversation with this person, or I step into, being the first to put my hand up, or, going to ask a question, or going to try something new. What's the worst that could happen? Really, not very much of anything.
No.
And what's the best that could happen? Well, then you make new relationships. Then you do good things. Then, that's possible.
So with our about 1 minute left, I just like to leave some space for anything that might be in your heart or on your mind, just to share with people.
Oh, this is an opportunity to start right now. And as difficult as it might be to open into that conversation, take a look at yourself and just say, what do I want? How do I want this relationship to really be? And how was it in the past that's so different than how it is now? And what can be changed and what can be improved? Because that creates new connection. And do it with heart and do it with love.
Of course. I love that so much. And I'm very happy that you showed up today while renovations are being done in your house. Because I like when there are examples that show you don't have to be perfect. You don't need your makeup done. You don't need your kids and pets out of the room. It doesn't need to be perfect. You show up as best as you can in the moment. And that is all we ask.
Right.
That's it. So I applaud you for that. Thank you. And thank you for being honest and open with us today. I love this discussion.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah.
Wishing you a fabulous day.
Ooh, thanks. It's like, where's my co-host? Where's my next guest? That's fine. We might have a couple-minute break and then we'll come back. So thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Laura. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just check my messages here while we're live, because you never know. It's like, I am looking for my co-host. I am looking for my next guest. Da, da, da. And life happens, right? We do the best that we can in the moment. So just do a quick check. Wherever that went. There we go. We're ready on. I should write this correctly. I'm ready for you. I'm ready. Complete with typos for you. Da, da, da. Oh, there we go. Hi, Yuhi. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to bring you to stage for a second. What I'm going to do, Yuhi, is I don't have a co-host right now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take 1, maybe 2 minutes, and I'm just gonna take a bio break.
Yep.
So if that's okay with you, I'll put
course,
both
yes.
of us to the backstage, unless you want to just introduce yourself while I'm gone. Either or.
I can do both.
You could do both. Okay. So I'll remove myself. You'll just be on the main stage. You can have fun. You can sing a song, whatever you want, for about 60 seconds. I'll be right back. It'll be really
Sure.
quick.
Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome. See you soon. Am I look good?
I have to unmute myself.
Hello.
Now, there we go. It is really hard to stay hydrated and sit here for 5 hours straight.
5 hours already. So since like
Oh, no.
8 o'clock.
I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours straight.
All
at this
right.
point.
Okay.
Because we're
but
live.
still,
I don't get to shut it off.
Yeah, that's why I like working like with my coworker at center at on site.
Oh, yes. Okay, so welcome to Blue Talks. I know we
Thank you
just
for
met,
inviting me. Thank you for having me.
was it
Yeah.
2 months ago? How long was Halifax Fashion Week? How long ago was
I think
that?
it was in August. Yeah, it was in August, in the middle of August.
So September, October. Yeah, 2 months. I've
Time's
only met you for
fast.
2 months. So this is Blue Talks. And for those who don't know, including yourself, Blue stands for business, life, and the universe. The whole idea here is that it's all interconnected. And so many of the people here in the community are entrepreneurs, they're solopreneurs, they are business owners. They have heartfelt messages that they want to share with the world.
Yeah.
And they're not always appropriate on a TEDx stage. TEDx is very science, data, whereas Blue is like, it's all weaved in. Let's just have a fun conversation of how it's all connected.
Awesome.
Exactly. So how I like to start these interviews is I have a fun question, which kind of shakes up people's pre-programmed responses. That's the whole point. That and its research. So I'm gonna ask you my question.
Sure.
And I'm putting it all in a spreadsheet now so that I can see it and do all
I'm
the data.
excited. What you're gonna ask me?
Okay, so if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I would love to say energetic,
Ooh, energetic. Uh-huh.
brave,
Ooh, uh-huh.
and
I know it's hard, isn't it?
because I want to see something positive, but I feel like, but I still want to be humble. If it's too much, like, positive, I'm like, humble. There you go.
I love the like roundabout way you took to get there.
I love it.
Yeah, I love it too. So then, Yuhi, how does you being described as energetic, brave, and humble, what does that have to do with the core message that you have in your life or in your business?
So energetic, that's the aim that I want to be myself of my whole life. I want to be a person who is confident and always like very positive, objective to the word, and always brave to explore the word and explore myself. That's
Mhm.
why I choose another like totally new environment to keep doing what I like to do, to stay for myself. And so for humble, I think it's also a part of my culture. It's a culture in my blood. I feel like people still need to keep learning, keep listening from others, and find what you can improve, find what you can learn. Of course, being confident is so great. It's so great. But sometimes there's a balance there. You cannot be too confident, otherwise it's gonna be arrogant.
Yes.
So like yeah, I always, because I do have friends and people are always nice to me, keep saying a lot of good thing for me, on me, to me. But still, I'm always tell myself I'm a normal person. And I make mistakes,
Yep.
and I there are a lot of things that I don't know. Keep learning, being humble, and stay healthy.
Stay healthy. That's the hard part sometimes. You know what?
Yeah.
I love that you brought up so many things, but we were just talking with the last lady. The word popped out of my mind, so now I'm searching for the word.
Mm.
We were talking. I know, it's like I'm so excited about so many things. My mind is like 10 directions at once. No, this one,
Organized.
not always. Like, I love these conversations so much, and I'm such a curious person that my mind will attach to the 10 different things I thought were interesting and then try to think of all 10 of them at the same time.
That's right.
Is it,
Curiosity is one of my favorite English words.
is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Because curiosity is my motivation.
good. Were
Yeah.
you always curious?
Yes, I curious of everything that I've never tried. That's why I try so many things. And also another motivation is I'm not just curious about the world, curious about others. I'm curious about myself. I always want to know. So this is a thing that I've never tried. If I try, what I can get, what a kind of person I will turn to be. I'm
Hmm.
so curious about myself. That's why I always would love to try new things. Running a business, move to Canada to live, and try to be a model, try a new industry. That's everything is related to curiosity.
I have to tell everyone here the story of how you and I met.
Um,
Only because like it blends right in with the 3 words that you shared with us. So you said energetic, brave, and humble. I met Yuhi at Halifax Fashion Week. I am pronouncing your name correctly, aren't I?
um, could I just explain a little bit more?
Yes, please do.
Actually, that's my Chinese name. I come from China, by the way, and that's my Chinese name. And the Chinese pronunciation is 雨禾.
Yoho?
Yeah, but oh, you did very great compared
I
to like a lot of embarrassing situation. Because the first year when I came here, of course, people ask me what's her name, and I was saying my name's Yu He, and they were like, "Huh?"
it's like yoo-hoo, but with like a fun little ugh to it.
Yes,
That's all.
yes, like very French side, like
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. And then I was like, oh, okay, because they're trying to imitate my pronunciation, but they can't. They were like, and and that's okay. So when you saw Yuhe, what you're gonna pronounce? They said maybe Yuhi. Deal. So just call me Yuhi. From now on, my name's Yuhi.
I'm also used to a lot of K-pop and J-pop. Like I love singing in all the languages, but do not ask me to tell you what they are talking about. I have no idea. Because to me, music is about the sound and the energy behind
That's
it.
right.
So
That's right.
I would print out the lyrics, old school me. And I would listen to the song and I would try my best to see how did they pronounce their vowels?
Because you're
How did they
curious.
Oh, I was so curious. Yeah. And so like I learned a lot of those sounds that don't exist in English.
Mm.
And it's just like a slight difference.
Yep. Yeah.
There was one in Japanese, the TSUs, and the best, yeah, exactly. The best way I can get people
I've learned Japanese. I know.
Did you? Yeah, I was like, the best way I can get people to say it is when they say the word shih tzu.
Yep.
Because it tends to come out more naturally. I was like,
Yeah.
just keep saying that. It's just so much fun. So yeah, how I met, can you pronounce it multiple times so I can like imprint it?
Sure. 雨和雨和雨和
Yuhe,
Yep.
yuhe. Wait, no,
Appreciate
that
it.
was wrong.
You did really, really great. Thank you.
Yuhe,
Yeah.
yuhe. Do you want me to say that?
Yes, please.
As fast
'Cause
as I
you did
can?
really great.
Yuhe. I'm like, I want to keep practicing as we do this. First
Please.
time, yes. It's really important to me because I do not remember people's names. And I know that it's important to other people. So and I want to pronounce it the way that you like to hear it because it makes you feel good.
Yeah,
Right.
actually, yeah. I already feel like very adapt to people calling me Yuhi. But if anyone pronounce like in my traditional way, I will just feel like a worm.
So I'm going to get all nervous now.
雨和
Yuhe,
Yeah, yeah.
yuhe.
雨和
Now
yeah.
I'm trying to roll an R there. Yuhe.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's clear.
Okay, so the first time I met you was Halifax Fashion Week.
Mhm,
You're dressed up in whatever they put you in because that's what
Yeah.
you do as a model.
mhm.
But my daughter was sitting front row
That's right.
of where the VIP was, and we couldn't get 4 chairs together. So I just sat with the 2 friends who have never met each other. And I was like, we're just going to sit together wherever there's space because I don't want them to feel awkward. So we sat on the steps. And I'm watching my daughter watch all the models go like 5 feet in front of her. And she sees you, and her face just lights right up. And then I'm watching your personality. I'm not talking to her because she's like 50, 100 feet away from me. And I see you and I'm talking to my friends. I was like, this lady seems really fun. Her personality seems a lot like mine, where it's fun, bubbly, energetic, right? I'm gravitated to this lady. I love her so much. You and then the dude with the face. That's what we call him. I think you know who I mean when
Yeah.
the dude with the face. But then afterwards, I saw you walking up in this dress, and you looked at my daughter and you waved and you like did this cute little walk thing as you went by her, and I watched her go.
Yeah. It's like a playing. It seems like we are playing. Yeah.
It was so adorable. You made her laugh. So then afterwards, we went up and we met you, and she was like, I need your picture. And then like just learning more about you as a human being, I was like, you are an entrepreneur too. How do I help elevate other local entrepreneurs in the messages that they have? So can you tell us, other than, well, okay, let's start here. What does fashion have to do with the marketing side?
You mean the relationship between marketing and fashion?
So your desire for the fashion
Yeah.
and being a model, usually it's all connected. So whatever inspired you to do that, I'm guessing
Oh, I
has
see what you
something to do with what inspired you to do with the marketing. So how do those two things connect in your life?
So I actually start my career. I came to Canada in 2015, years ago. And in 2016, which was the second year I was in Canada, I just get a chance, very bad accident, being a model. I get invited from an agency being a model and start my career life. Obviously, I haven't done anything modeling before 2016, but that's what I mentioned, curiosity.
Yeah.
Why not to try? At least there's a person trust me that I can do, then I would love to try. So yeah, I start my modeling career since 2016. And then last year, I just gradually build up this career, because I was also a student at that moment, and that after I graduate, I find a job, and I also need to get the quality. I mean, not the quality. I mean the eligibility to apply for my permanent resident. I'm not sure if you have this concept as like international people applying for permanent residency, and I get my status. Then I was thinking about, so I'm now I do not need to think about my status, because I'm stable. I'm stable in Canada. So, and I work and I love my job, of course, but I'm also thinking about if there's anything else that I can do. And then last year, there was a business vendor asking me to do some social media content creating for her business social media content, because she saw me doing something on my personal account, and she feels very creative, very fun, and she has a little budget to give me to create something that I feel is good for its benefits for her business. And I accepted the invitation. So I do some video shooting and some creative things, photos for her social media, and actually it's pretty good. And then I feel like, okay, seems like I do have a talent there, and also seems like there's some there.
Yeah.
Then why not to try? And then I find my current business partner. He is a videographer. Also, he is very good at photography as well. So I'm good at these and social.
Yeah.
And he is good at like editing, shooting. Seems like it can be a team to work. Seems like it's working.
Yep.
Then just try. So I start our business last year, October. That was the first time we do something business commercial, and officially we founded our company since January this year. So
So you're new.
we are a baby company.
Nice.
Yeah. But time is so fast. So this is already October. So, oh yeah,
I know.
10 months already. Unbelievable.
So is there a message that drives this content creation business?
Message drive to content. What do you mean? You mean how my business growing up?
If there's something that you would like people to take away from every single thing that you do in your business, like for my business, my whole message with people is I need people to courageously connect.
Yeah.
And the byproduct of that is creating clients versus finding them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the copy paste advice of just get people to know you, like you, and trust you. No, the whole concept is courageous connection.
Yeah.
Treating people like human beings. Yeah.
The idea of my business is to create creative things to have audience, to have people's attention. For example, normally restaurant shooting is they're shooting, like they're focusing on the dish itself. But our shooting, of course, the dish will be a part of that, but we're gonna find another angle to have people has like, this seems like different. I'm gonna check it out. And then they suddenly figure there's a dish there. That looks good. And then they realize this is the restaurant. So I just do not want to have people to see very straightforward, directly to see, oh, this is a restaurant. Come, eat, pay. No, that's not what I want. I want to have something like, you know what, sneaky.
Yeah. Oh, that's my favorite.
Yeah, because I'm not a money eater, and I'm not like really hungry to have my business grow so fast or so big. No, I'm not that ambitious. I just want to do something not a lot of people have tried. I want to do something new. I want to do something I feel fun. That's why I still keep my full-time job at the same time having my business together. Otherwise, I'm just not very caring about how much money I earn. But of course, I'm not paying for I'm not paying my own pocket from my own pocket for my company. Of course, no. But I can have my own speed. I can have my own tempo.
That's so important. So many entrepreneurs, they have such heart, they have such drive, but then
And easy to lose themselves.
exactly.
I have so many entrepreneur friends, and I can tell how they are turning difference compared to the first time I saw them. Like, yeah, but I can understand once you emerge in a different environment, you have competition. Sometimes you cannot control yourself totally, completely.
Yeah.
Things gonna be changed. So I'm trying to avoid that happen on me.
Now, you mentioned health earlier as a part of being an entrepreneur.
Why I'm saying health? It's strange.
Why can't we just spend all of our time on our passions and just have the universe look after our health on its own?
Yeah, that's true. Well, health is very tricky because once you're healthy, you will never think about it. But once there's something happen on your health, you would, and then you will suddenly realize, oh, health is the most important thing of the life. But when you are healthy, you just never think about taking care of that, my body, treat my body very, very well. People just ignore it so easy.
So I like how curiosity blends in with the health, which blends in with this being creative. But then there's also that's my favorite, with the subtleness of being humble through it all. Health is not easy, especially when you're being that busy entrepreneur and running yourself to the ground thinking hard work is going to get you there. That if you just keep pushing on those days where you don't really have anything left, you'll just make it over the top of that hill and you'll be okay.
Yeah, that's so true. I still remember the first 3 months of my entrepreneur life because everything was so new. Everything was new to me. Accounting, like how to communicate with your business partners, how to communicate with your potential clients. They're all new. Everything is new. Even register the company at the government, like at provincial government, give me a hard time too. Everything needs to be research done. Everything needs to be double checked. Oh, it's just nightmare every night. Luckily it's all gone. It's all done. I do learn a lot, and I can tell I'm growing as well. So yeah.
So I think your curiosity makes your superpower of being creative just amplified it 10 times. And then add on the addition of focusing on your health, whether it's for the modeling or just for you as a human being, that also amplifies it a lot. So I mean, this whole show is called Amplify Your Message for a reason. It's like you talk about creativity and you do it in so many different ways. How important do you feel creativity is to every entrepreneur?
Wow, I feel this question is very wide.
I know. I want to know where you take it.
So for my personal background, I come from a totally different background. So sometimes my ideas merged with my two faces. My home culture and all the culture shock that I have suffered since I came to Canada, which is true. And these bring me ideas as well. And I feel creativity happens more often when you're upset, when you are facing some troubles and obstacles. same ideas as some musicians. They get inspiration and aspiration when they're like when they're, how do you say, when they're poor, and when they feel like they are the loser, and they get have so many inspiration and they create music. I feel like it's the same idea. Like
Yeah.
because when people feel upset or frustrating, I cannot stop thinking of myself.
Yeah.
You think more. I'm not sure if you have the same feeling. When I think more, like I just feel the world is shaking.
Yes. Oh, actually, lately my chest has physically been shaking.
Yes, and you, the deeper you think, like the stronger the shaking is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like when you hang out with your friends, when you are happy, when you are like enjoy your life, when you're traveling, you don't have time to think, what is life?
Maybe that, okay. I think you hit on something for me. When I travel and when I do new things, I think my mind is too busy thinking about the new things
That's
to
right.
overthink about all the other things. And I'm finally feeling a bit more focused and like me.
That's why I love to do my homework when I was an international student at
Yeah.
night. When it's quiet. Because in the
Oh.
busy time, in the daytime, the sunshine is beautiful.
Mhm.
People are busy surrounding me. It's hard to staying and just staring at what you need to focusing on. It's just so many distraction.
Mm.
But at night, yeah, everything is just by myself. I'm the center of the world. I feel. Then I have concentration to focusing on what I need to do.
Mm.
Mm.
Can you tell us a little bit about the bravery that it took for you to move across countries to come to Canada and also yay Canada?
I finished my no, sorry, bachelor's degree in my home country, China, and I worked for 1 year and a half in my home country as well. Um, but my spoken English wasn't bad, and I feel, but and I like English for sure. But I feel like if I, no matter how many English words I've learned, I can record, or no matter how grammar I have the stronger grammar like
Yep.
structure. Uh, but do I know the language? So at the beginning, the most motivation I have to go abroad is I want to really achieve a language.
Ah.
So that's the first motivation, and I also am very curious about the life like outside of my home country, like how, like what the world outside, because at that time I do travel a lot because China's big. I do travel to different provinces, but I never go out of China.
Yeah.
And then I just talked with my parents about what I thought. Luckily, they support me a lot. They agree and they
Aw.
support me. And I just apply university, master's degree, and Halifax is my seems like the first place I settled down in Canada. And then I moved to study my master's. But at the beginning, my original plan wasn't staying. My original plan was after I finished my master's degree, I'm gonna go back to China, continue with my life to my life. But things are always changed, and especially ladies always change.
Maybe.
And after I graduate, I feel like I like the here. I like the life here. So I talked
Oh.
my parents again, and luckily again, they said you do whatever you want, no matter where you stay. If you feel that is the better place you like to stay, then you do. But at the same time, if there's something bad happen or if you feel regret about your choice, none of our business. That's their attitude. Very, very, I
Aw.
mean, cool. their attitude are very, very cool. And I said, sure, of course, if that's my choice, I will take all the results would happen in the future. So I stay. And now we are talking. Now we have our interview.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's so good to hear that your parents were so supportive. Not
Yeah, they're
everyone's
cool.
parents are, or spouses or family.
Yeah, they're not very like traditional parents, I feel. They're not very traditional, no.
Awesome. So I want to talk a little bit about the ways that you like to communicate with other people. So usually what happens in this show is people have like a very specific message that they want to share with people, and they tend to do it
Mhm.
speaking on a stage or maybe writing a book or something like that, or getting on podcasts and sharing their work and their message through there. Have you done any of those things, or do you want to do any of those things?
I do. And actually, you know what? I'm also a stand comedy actress.
Fun.
Yeah. But I only try one time in English.
Oh,
Normally I try most of my audience are Chinese as well, because it's real like a language. Stand-up comedy is really, really up to the level of your language. So as a second language learner, for communicating, that's not a problem. For daily working life, that's not a problem. But for the next level as a stand-up community, I'm sorry, my English level is not that, because it's also culture related.
yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's why sometimes I feel I understand all the sentence of the words from the English stand-up community, but I don't understand why people are laughing.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like being from a different city and not understanding the slang.
that's right.
You're
Let
like,
alone.
why? But we'll joke here in Halifax about not chickens don't cross the road here. Ducks do. And in Dartmouth, there's a pond called Sullivan's Pond where every single day, at least twice a day, there's a family of ducks that crosses the road. So I remember this card being made, which actually I found out a friend of mine designed the card. And it was in one of those local shops with a bunch of comedy cards. And it had the ducks crossing the road. Like, what's the band where they have like the walkway across the street and they're all like doing
Oh
this.
yeah. I see. I
Yeah.
think I see what you mean.
So it reminded me of that, and I just started roaring and laughing in the store. And the lady's like, "Which one are you looking at?" So I showed her. She's like, "I love that one too."
Mhm.
But if you weren't from around here, it wouldn't make any sense to you.
That is right. Yeah.
Cute ducks, cool. Move on. Yeah.
And also sometimes I do MC job,
Oh.
like for wedding or
Okay. Mhm.
for some like gala events.
Ooh, I want to go to a gala. We should
Mhm.
go.
I'll let you know.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and
I just want to dress up pretty and have conversations with people. That's all.
and also sometimes I get invited to share my ideas to like new graduates, or new orientation to new universities students, if there is a chance. Like I just finished one presentation at Mount St. Vincent to share my graduation life. Like, yeah. So that's yeah, I would love to share my ideas and my words. And if people feel what I'm saying is useful and they can learn something from me, I have such a pleasure.
I love that.
Yeah, because I do have like a lot of problems or obstacles when I just came in. I need to overcome, and the same problem I have faced too. I don't want people have the same problem. I want help them to avoid that happen again.
Our first guest of the day, her name is Alana, and she's from Russia. And what got her started in her business was her leaving and then understanding domestic violence. And so she wrote a book learned how to market the book,
Oh,
and now she's in content creation and marketing for your business. And
oh,
I'm thinking to myself, like, I think you and her would get along so wonderfully. And that whole contrast of cultures moving
that's
from one country to another. I
right.
think if
We
you're
have,
interested
yeah.
in something like a book, I think she'd be happy to talk with you about maybe how to make that happen.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I want to talk with her too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of same topics.
Oh, probably. Probably. She's a lovely human being. I love her so much.
Yeah.
But I want to know a little bit more about your dreams. Like if you could snap your fingers or maybe rub a genie lamp, what would you love to have happen for you or your business, let's say in the next year or so?
Oh, next year?
Or now, whichever.
Because I do have a dream.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm just not sure when it's gonna happen,
Doesn't
but
matter.
yeah, that's right because it's a
Yeah.
dream, it's an aim. So
Mm-hmm.
I want to build a funding for homeless cats and dogs, but in my hometown. Because I feel that's what I've learned in Canada. I feel Canada here, you guys do very good job to protect homeless cat animals. But China, I can feel they are learning and the society is trying to improve that to get it better completed. But still there are a long time to go and so many steps to learn. And I really want to do something. And I love my life here in Canada. Of course, I pay tax, I work hard, and I make a lot of contribution to this country. And I appreciate Canada give me such a wonderful life. But but to be honest, I will never forget my home country.
Oh no. No, no, no. It's still part of who you are and it always
That's
will be.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I learned a lot in Canada from this country, and I want to bring what I feel is good back to my home country to make a contribution of my home country as well. So yeah, of course, once I see some good things in China, and I would love to bring it to Canada as well. But the first thing I really want my home country to get more like better done is the homeless pets. Because yeah, animals is the soft part of my heart. Yeah, once I see like homeless cats and dogs on the street, I just feel I should do something.
Yeah.
And it's bad. It's pretty much everywhere. It's here rarely to see, but China, yeah, it's pretty often. That's why. Mm. So that's my dream. It has been in my mind, in my heart for many years.
Aww.
Yeah.
But it's so cute. Also, it tells us a lot about you as a human being.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I think that's also why you and my daughter connect so well because you're like animals. Oh my god, animals.
Yeah. Like, oh my god.
Just
That's
love them all of them. Yeah. So we have about 5 minutes left, so I want to be mindful of time and just make sure that everybody knows where to find you. So where are you on social media? Do you have a website? But also, what is your favorite way to communicate?
Mine's Yuhe, Yuhe. If you search Instagram Yuhe, you'll see my two accounts. First one is my personal private account. I always share my personal life at my personal account, and the second account is my model account. That's more for my modeling portfolio to share my modeling industry. And the third account I have is my company account. My company name is Hidden New Media, HIDDEN, Hidden New Media. The idea of the name of my company is because I want to be a a helper and an assistant of my vendors, of my clients. I would love sitting on the back to help them to uh, let them present in the public to have better business. That's why I give my company name as Hidden. Also, Hidden is very close to humble.
I was thinking that, but I was also thinking of how it ties in so well with the fashion. Because when you're a model, it's all about the clothes and you want to be seen. And what you're really wanting from people is to be that hidden media. So that the
I
piece,
love that. I love that. Of
yep.
course.
So the piece is the showstopper, not the media people who keep going everywhere to
That's
get the picture.
right. That's right. Yeah, of course. Oh, I love that. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, I love all of this. I love all of this.
So yeah, 3 accounts. Anyway, I will be reached out.
Awesome. And I like to hold space at the end of the interview just in case there's something in your head that you wanted to share, or maybe on your heart that you wanted to share. So is there anything that you want to leave people with? We have about 3 minutes.
I thank you for inviting me. It's such a great conversation, and your daughter is so lovely. To be honest, your daughter is the only person I was on that show like playing with.
Yep. Oh, I noticed.
I as a model, of course, you cannot do the same thing again and again when you're walking on the runway. Of course, no. But when I pass by your daughter, I just feel there is an eyesight coming from this side. And
She's staring at you.
as a professional model, to be honest, I shouldn't look around. I have to look straight forward. But there's something there. I cannot say no watching on the other side.
Yeah.
And then I saw your daughter's adorable face. And yeah, she's just too cute.
I know. I have to look at her
she's
every day.
very, very friendly to me. And that, what I can also see admire from her eyes.
Mm.
I can tell like she likes me for some reason. I'm not sure, but yes, she likes me. And I feel, yeah. So I just cannot control myself, like do something different. Yeah, like the connection. So yeah, but I think that's destiny.
Yep. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get overthinking in my head and let's pronounce your name again one last time to make sure I'm doing it right.
雨禾.
Nope. 雨禾.
Yeah.
雨禾. There we go. 雨禾.
Mhm.
There she is. Okay, hold on. Can you, those at home, mute just for a second? Yuhi, can you, sorry. 雨禾. Sidoni.
Sidoni.
I'm just going to call you Yuhi. Yuhi's on video. Say hi. And she goes, oh my God. From the other. Okay. Good. Come say hi. We're live on an interview though.
Hi.
So I have to say goodbye.
Okay.
I love when it comes together. So thank you again for being here last minute. I love when people are that flexible. This has been an absolute delight, like every time we hang out. So I can't wait to see you again.
Me either. Oh, sorry. Me too. Cannot wait to see you again.
Awesome. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. And my next guest is behind the scenes. That was just super fun. Perfect timing. Lisa, if you're ready to come up, just give me a thumbs up. Lisa, did you freeze? Are you ready? She might have frozen. I will write in the chat. Are you frozen? Question mark. It's all good. So that was really fun. Oh, you're not frozen. Are you ready? Oh, you can't hear me. Oh. Can you hear me now? You still can't hear me. I can hear you. I can hear you. Try talking.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Do you want me to type questions? No. Okay, hold on.
Now I can hear you.
Oh, good. I'm going to turn myself down a bit. I was just about to suggest me calling you on Facebook Messenger.
I had to turn my speaker volume up. I had turned it down the other day, and I forgot that.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my
So
God.
hi.
Whew. So I have been having a lot of fun all day with all of these lovely people. So let's see. Yeah. 2 more interviews. You and Jennifer. So Lisa, nice to see you again. I know you got to play with me last time we did this show.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah.
But now I get to interview you because it's been a while, hasn't it? So Lisa, I want to start off as I bring up my spreadsheet here with the same question that I ask everybody, because I'm not sure if you know, I am doing research. So I think I have over 200 interviews with the same question. And I'm putting it all in a spreadsheet now instead of going through all of my notes and having to find them all the time, because I want to know how people want to see themselves, especially entrepreneurs. I want to see what the patterns are. And if I've interviewed you more than twice or more than once, I get to see the pattern of how you shift and evolve. And to me, it's so exciting and I love it. So I'm going to ask you this question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Very knowledgeable in my area of expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Passionate about my expertise.
Well, you're going all business, huh? Okay.
Oh, okay. So
No, whichever. Just how do you want people to describe you? I'm spelling everything wrong as we're doing this. No.
Honest to the core.
And then honest. Ooh. To the core. The core. Because sometimes it's not. How do you spell knowledge? I might just, typo.
ANOWLEDGE.
I typed it wrong. I had 2 letters backwards. That's why. I was like, why isn't it working? I have all the letters there. I had them there, just in the wrong order. Because I was typing too fast. So why do you want to be known as very knowledgeable, passionate, and honest to the core?
Because I've really pretty much at this juncture in my life, I have pretty much committed and dedicated my life to raising awareness about what living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementia is really like, to help those people who are either going through that situation now or will be. And if people relate to me as being extremely knowledgeable and passionate and honest, then they will know, like, and trust me, and know that what I say is in their best interest and is the absolute truth. Because there's so much misinformation about this disease out there, just like everything else in the world. And so I want to be known as a reliable resource for people. And I think part of that equation is to be extremely knowledgeable, extremely passionate, and extremely honest.
Part of me wants to call you Miss Google right now. I was like, oh no, is my phone going to get involved in the conversation again like it did yesterday? No, I think we're good right now. Yesterday I was talking about Google Maps and my phone was like, how can I help you? Because I need it for behind the scenes stuff. Alzheimer's. Can you tell us just a little bit about Alzheimer's for the ones who don't know a whole lot and maybe have some misconceptions about it?
Okay, that's a great place to start because there
Yeah.
are so many
I
misconceptions
know. I
about
was
it.
like, I don't think. Yeah, let's make sure we're all on the same page first, and then continue.
Well, I am a behavioral specialist. I'm a certified dementia practitioner. I've been helping families out for about 30 years professionally. But the thing that makes my involvement kind of unique is I've also had 8 family members that have lived with one of the diseases that causes dementia. And unbeknownst to a lot of people, there are about 200, if not more, brain diseases that cause dementia.
Oh,
So that's one of the first misconceptions about Alzheimer's disease and dementia is what's the difference?
oh,
And a
yeah.
lot of people, I mean, I've had people think that it's the same. I've had people tell me, oh, no, my mom doesn't have Alzheimer's disease. She has dementia. Well, if you have Alzheimer's disease, you have dementia. So there's a distinction between just those two.
Hmm.
And it is a progressive degenerative disease that has no cure, has no effective treatments, and it is a terminal illness. And there are a lot of there's a lot of misinformation about that out there that really kind of sticks in my craw because people will build up the hope that there's something that can be done to reverse it or to make their loved ones better. And there is not anything that is available right now. They're working on lots of things. They have been for a long, 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 long time. But as of this conversation, Laura, there is nothing available that will reverse or cure or treat living with Alzheimer's disease. And when I say related dementia, I'm referring to one of the other brain diseases that causes dementia, with the exception of a couple of them. One of them is alcohol-induced dementia. If it's caught early enough, it potentially can be reversed, or you can see a decline in the symptoms, because what causes alcohol-induced dementia is a deficiency of thiamine in your body. And so if they supplement the thiamine that you've lost, if there's not already too much brain damage done by the alcohol misuse, then that is one of the cognitive impairment situations that potentially can. But really, there might be a couple more, but any brain diseases that cause dementia, there's no cure or treatment for it.
So when you say the difference between Alzheimer's and dementia, it makes me think of the phrase that all Kleenex are tissues, but not all tissues are Kleenex.
Yeah,
Just like all jacuzzis are hot tubs, but not all hot tubs are jacuzzis.
that's a good analogy. Yeah.
It's a brand of the main thing, which would be dementia. That makes more sense to me too. And I know sometimes I do that. I do switch Alzheimer's and dementia, knowing that they're connected. But I'm not like you. I don't live with it every day. I don't talk about it every day. And so in my mind, they're so close that I just use whatever is on my tongue at the time.
Well, dementia, actually, the term dementia is actually interchangeable with Alzheimer's disease, because Alzheimer's disease is a true, actual brain disease.
Ah,
Dementia is really an umbrella term that's used to describe the symptoms that are caused by one of these brain diseases. So
ah,
when you say dementia, and the reason why using dementia to refer to Alzheimer's disease is actually correct. You're really
oh,
referring to the symptoms because some people live with what we call mixed dementia. So they could have more than one brain disease um, attacking their brain simultaneously. And it's more common than a lot of people realize. So you can actually be living with Alzheimer's disease and, let's say, vascular dementia or Parkinson's disease at exactly the same time. And the symptoms that are caused by these brain diseases overlap. A lot of them look very similar. So when we use the term dementia, it's really a syndrome, but what we're referring to is all of the symptoms that show up that are being caused by these brain diseases, like
oh,
the
wow.
agitation and the hallucinations. And I mean, there's hundreds of them, but dementia really is just a bucket term referring to the symptoms.
Oh, wow. My,
It's not a disease. It's not a specific disease.
oh, okay, okay. See, good to know. Symptom, not disease. Good. The only closer example that I have of dementia, Alzheimer's, like, and anything in that realm personally was a friend of mine's father who I adored. Like, I adored his whole family, loved them. His mom was one of my teachers. His dad was the bug guy of Nova Scotia. And he was suffering with Alzheimer's or dementia. I don't want to say it's Alzheimer's if it wasn't specifically Alzheimer's. I'm pretty sure it was something like that. And just
It was
watching,
something like that.
yeah, he was not himself.
Because a lot of these diseases are not conclusively diagnosable.
No.
It's kind of process of elimination what
Yeah.
it's not. So yeah, so what you're saying
Yeah.
is absolutely correct.
Like, I can't imagine what his family was going through on a day to day. But even when you see somebody every once in a while and you're just like, you're off. In a brief conversation with them or just being in the room with them. My aunt who just passed away had Alzheimer's and dementia as a part of countless other things they were trying to diagnose her with. Parkinson's was one of them. I haven't really talked to her in many, many years. So she just looked like she was really tired and just didn't want to talk to anybody. So I'm like, I don't know if that's the disease. Like, if you haven't experienced it, you just don't know. So these conversations have to happen. I do want to know where you would like these kinds of conversations to go. Like, what do you need people to start talking about now?
Well, my experience dates back 50 years.
Ooh, wow.
When my grandmother, I was like 16 years old and I
Wow.
just gotten my driver's license. And she only lived a couple miles from my family's home. So I grew up with my grandma and
Yeah.
I adored my grandma. So I thought I would drive over to her house because I just gotten my driver's license to show off
Of
and
course.
just, have a little catch up conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I drove over there and she answers the door and she says, "Oh, Lisa, come on in." So I went in and we sat down in her living room, which was typical, and started to talk. And then out of nowhere, she started telling me about these birds that were living in her mattress and coming out at night and they would peck at her face. And then she pointed to the wall and she said, "You see all those rats running along the wall?" She said, "There's hundreds of them and they're invading my home." And I'm looking and like, I don't see anything.
Yeah.
And then she referred to those men, those people that were continuously breaking into her house to steal her personal belongings, her jewelry, and anything that they could find. and that she was convinced that they were there to eventually take over her home and get rid of her.
Oh,
And I'm sitting there with my jaw to the floor, just in disbelief that my grandmother is telling me these just unbelievably far-fetched stories. But the generation I grew up in, you don't contradict your elders, you don't argue with your elders. It was just a completely different relationship with older people. So I just listened. I didn't really know what to say, but it completely took me by surprise because I didn't know anything was wrong with my grandmother.
yeah.
And I even took her into her bedroom. I said, show me where these birds are living, Nana. So we walked into her bedroom. I threw the covers off of her mattress. I did not see any place where birds could be getting in and out of her mattress. I pushed it up and looked underneath. But I did say to her, I said, do you know how they're getting in and out of the mattress? Because I'm not seeing any obvious place. And she looks me straight in the eye and she says, oh, Lisa, they're there. They're just very, very clever. And, fast forward 50 years, and I've been doing this professionally for 30 years, helping other families understand this very complex disease. I realized that was such a classic answer that she had given me, because people living with cognitive impairment become masterful at kind of covering their tracks and explaining things, even though it's a false belief.
Yeah.
But her response was brilliant. It's like, oh, they're there. They're just very clever. Because she didn't know how to tell me that there was no obvious place that these birds were coming in and out of. But her response was brilliant to cover it up, to, substantiate it. So that was my very first experience. And I went home and I said to my mother, why didn't you tell me there was something wrong with Grandma? I told her the story. And I said, it completely caught me off guard. I didn't know how to respond or what to do. I just listened because I didn't want to argue with her. And she says to me, she said, well, Grandma's been diagnosed with senile dementia. They didn't even call it Alzheimer's back then. And I said, well, why didn't you tell me? So at least I could have been prepared. She says, it's not something that we're going to talk about. And that was very, very common back then. And this is actually responding to your question. I have not seen things change that much since that experience that I had with my grandma 50 years ago. And since then, we've had 7 more family members that have lived with one of the brain diseases that causes dementia. And the thousands of families that I've helped along the 30 years I've been doing this professionally, because there are so many stigmas and kind of embarrassment and shame that's attached to this disease, because people completely lose their cognitive function, and it's synonymous to a lot of people with being crazy. And when you live with a brain disease that causes dementia, it's far from being crazy. It is not a mental illness. It is brain disease that is attacking our brains and doing so much damage that we lose so much of our cognitive function that it really gets to the point where it interferes with our ability to live our lives independently. So that's one of the things that I think is really, really important for people to understand, is that it's okay to talk about this disease. We have to talk about this disease. And I kind of liken it to being the proverbial elephant in the room.
Yeah.
It's there. It's larger than life. It is not going away. So it's not going to do any of us any good to pretend that it's not staring us right in the face, especially when the projections from the World Health Organization and the Alzheimer's Association and all of the other Alzheimer's groups out there have warned us that by the year 2050, which is what, 21 years away, that's a blink of an eye, the number of people that are going to develop Alzheimer's disease worldwide is going to triple from the numbers that we're showing today. So we have to wake up and pull our heads out of the sand and start acknowledging that this disease is real and that it's just going to get, unless a cure or a treatment is found, it's like a tsunami that's on its way to us. So we have to we have to accept that it's here, and it's like the elephant. It's not going anywhere unless, like I said, some miracle happens and they find at least a treatment for it, if not a cure. Because a lot of families are going to be facing having a family member live with one of these diseases that causes dementia. And it's best to be prepared for that than be reactive to it.
Definitely. We started with that conversation earlier with Gina. The certain words like the word crazy should just be taken out of the conversation of mental health.
Yeah.
We need to rebrand it. We need to really understand what it is and stop throwing labels around with little to no understanding of what they actually mean.
Well, one of the other things that happened with my grandmother, and to your point, which I think is probably a good place to share this information because it happened. And what my grandmother was doing, unbeknownst to us, is she was calling the police 4 or 5 times a day.
Oh, wow.
Telling them about the birds and the people breaking into her house and the rat infestation. Well, the first 1 or 2 times that she called, they sent somebody over there, but they didn't find any evidence of anything because it didn't exist. But she continued to call and call and call and call. So one day there was a knock at our door, and it was the chief of police, and my mom invited him in, and he basically said to my mom, he says, "You need to do something with your mother. She calls us 4 or 5 times a day, 7 days a week to tell us that all these things are going on, and there's absolutely no evidence of it." And they said, "We don't have the resources to be able to continue to take these phone calls." And then he says to her, he said, "So you really need to do something with her because she's an absolute nutcase." So kind of to piggyback on what you just said, he's rushing to this judgment. He didn't even say, "Is there something wrong with your mom?" I mean, my grandma was taught that if you think you're in trouble, what do? You call the police.
Exactly. Because
they're there to protect you and to protect you from harm. So that's what she thought. She was doing the right thing. And then to have that guy say, you're to my mother, your mother is a nutcase. That has never left. I filed that away in my brain, and it has never left me to this day.
Nope.
Because a lot of that still exists.
Yep.
And it's really not fair. These people are suffering from brain damage, and it's probably the last thing they would have liked to have had happen to them. But this, like I said, this is not mental illness. This is completely different, and nobody has any control over it. So we need to, I think, change people's paradigm and mindset about it so we can start being proactive and figuring out how to help people live their best lives in spite of this disease.
Oh, excuse me. Um, now, I know you for at least the last couple years, and I know that you have been doing some writing and that you do speaking and that you're doing podcasting, as you are right here. Do you have any books around that you've written? Can
Yeah,
you show us?
my first book.
'Cause we're-
I have a copy of this is my second book, Truth Lies in Alzheimer's, Its Secret Faces.
Oh.
And this is the hardback edition. I also have a paperback. I have a audio version. It's been translated into Spanish because a lot of Hispanic families, they're at a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease than some other ethnic backgrounds. My first book, called Those Who Wander Need Not Be Lost, was a 2 times best-selling book, an award-winning book.
Nice.
And I have been hosting a podcast for 2 years now, and all I talk about is Alzheimer's disease. It's a weekly podcast. It's audio only, and I've got a huge following of people that have been, finding out about my podcast. It's on all of the podcast platforms, and it is really a show that is dedicated to educating people about Alzheimer's disease from a psychosocial aspect, not a scientific or medical. It's basically the day-to-day challenges that family members and caregivers and everybody involved, kind of the sphere of influence that of the people that are involved in anybody who lives with dementia. And so I've been doing that for about 2 years. The name of that show is the same name as my book, The Truth Lies in Alzheimer's Show. So if anybody out there is on this journey, either caring for somebody with Alzheimer's disease or you have a family member, it's a good resource because I talk about every aspect of Alzheimer's and dementia to raise awareness and to educate people. And then I just started, I've done 4 episodes so far, a live TV show called Minding Dementia. And that is on a network called Win-Win Women TV Network. It's a live show, but then it's also recorded and distributed onto their YouTube channel and maybe some of the other platforms. But so, yeah, and I do a lot. I just got back from San Diego. I spoke at a palliative and hospice care conference.
Ooh.
Most of the attendees were physicians and nurses and some social workers. I gave a presentation there. I do a lot of that type of thing. So really, I'm kind of on this mission and have been for quite some time to just make other people's worlds a little easier to bear if they are going through this, because it is a difficult situation to either be caring for somebody with Alzheimer's disease or related dementia or have a family member. And part of the reason is because it's a long journey. My grandmother, for example, lived with it for 20 years.
Oh.
The average is 8 to 15 years. I have a friend whose mom had it for 30 years. So it's not something that's here and gone tomorrow, like a lot of other terminal conditions.
Mm-hmm.
It's ongoing and it's very difficult and it's very stressful because of the symptoms and behaviors that accompany the disease.
Yeah.
Maybe some other people's grandma believes there's birds living in her mattress and coming out at night and pecking at her face, or there's a lot of paranoid behavior. There's a lot of suspiciousness. So I educate people and teach people how to effectively respond to the behaviors that show up as a result of the damage being done to the brains of the people and what to expect. And then provide them with tools that they can use to effectively and successfully respond to anything that might show up. And you never know what's going to show up. It's completely unpredictable.
You are creating a huge resource of data for those people who are maybe developing treatments or drugs or therapies or even just the education of the disease. Because those day-to-day habits and lifestyles, when you have just a few of them in a little room and you're doing studies on them, it's not the same as when you get the massive amount of information of people from all walks of life and cultures going, here's what it looks like for us. Here's what it looks like for us. And then finding those patterns. I love when data sets like that come together, because when we share, this is what I want everybody here watching this show to know, because we're talking about messages and amplifying your message. When you share your message, you are like a case study. You're telling a case study to people. So those new people learning about that topic later, when you share your story, you help to educate those people so it's better the next time. So if you're afraid of sharing your story because you think, who am I to share my story? You're another case study. We need your data set. Please share with the right people to help get it out, because it's just going to make the next generation better and better and better.
And you are so spot on that. And it reminds me kind of what triggered this path that I ended up on. I had my own consulting business for a while where I worked one-on-one with families who were experiencing a loved one with Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease or one or the other. And I was called over to this woman's home. And when I got there, she told me, her name was Lisa too. She told me that her dad had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease about 2 years earlier, and had her husband's mother, who lived in Oregon, had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. So they were dealing with two parents.
Oh.
And she said, Lisa, the reason why I asked you over here today is because really I just wanted to pick your brain and get some information. And this also kind of goes back to passionate and honest. And she said, we are struggling and at our wits' end because we've both been dealing with these diagnoses for the last 2 years, and we have had such a difficult time finding reliable information about the day-to-day issues that and challenges that you face. And so I had been there about 2.5 hours, and she said, I have to tell you that for the last 2.5 hours, you have provided us with more helpful information than we've been able to get from any place else since we got the diagnoses. And the reason why I'm saying this is because of what came out of her mouth next. She said, you need to write a book.
Yes.
And share what you know with other people, because there's such limited information and resources on this topic for people like us who are just, don't even know where to turn. And she says to me, she said, it would be selfish of you to not share all this information that you know with families like mine and help us out. And she was right, because I had been hearing this for decades from other families that I had worked with. But there was something about the way she said it to me that was like my aha moment. Yeah. And that was the onus that triggered me to write my first book and to kind of go on this path of helping and educating people who are experiencing the same thing. And unfortunately, things are a little better than they were back then. I want to say that was probably 20 years ago, but we're nowhere close to being where we need to be with resources being available. And I heard a statistic. I was attending a conference, and the statistic that was quoted at this conference is that 62% of physicians believe that Alzheimer's disease, and this is what, 2024, that Alzheimer's disease is just a part of the normal aging process. Blew me away. Yeah. That's how little education they get and training they receive about Alzheimer's disease and dementia. That, they just pass it off as, it's just part of normal aging. But the statistic was staggering. It was mind-boggling that there's so many. So, I mean, it just kind of gives you an example of why we really need to admit there's an elephant in the room. And because we're so far behind the times when it comes to understanding these diseases and knowing how to help people. And like this gal said, she said, we got our diagnoses from a couple different doctors. And then it was like, that's it. Go get your dad's life affairs in order, get your mom's life's affairs in order. And that was it. Nothing, no resources given, no expectations given, no anything. Just that's it. Your dad has Parkinson's, your mom probably has Alzheimer's disease, and kind of go figure it out.
What I keep hearing about general practitioner type doctor training is that really they are diagnostic chemists.
That's a good way to put it.
I was like, oh, okay. And then as you were describing all of that to me, I'm thinking of, I love analogies because that's how my brain works. So I'm picturing this community of people, and this one person gets lost in the woods, but they find a fruit tree, and they eventually find their way back to the community. Why would they not tell the community about the fruit tree that they found in some sort of, even if they don't know exactly where it is, they can point to a general direction.
And share the fruit with other people, right?
Bring it back. Oh my God.
That's a great analogy. I love it.
It's like, why wouldn't you share? That's important. It helps the other people of the community. Share. That's the whole point here. Keep sharing.
Well, when she said that to me, I knew she was 100% right.
Of course.
Because I've been involved in the day-to-day frustrations of family members and caregivers for a long time. I'd seen it firsthand. I've experienced it myself with my family members. But it was just that was the trigger for me to get to where I am today, to be who I am today. So I really kind of made a commitment, a vow to myself to become a reliable resource for people.
Good. I'm appreciating this conversation, and I'm learning a lot. We do have about 5 minutes left, so I want to make sure that people know where to find you and your favorite way to communicate.
Well, I have a website called, it's www.mindingdementia.com.
Okay.
I also have a Facebook page, and you can go on Facebook and either put in Lisa Skinner or Lisa Skinner author, and my Facebook page will come up. I'm on LinkedIn as Lisa Skinner author. So if you go to any of these resources, you can tap into, how to find my podcast, how to find my TV show. I offer once a month on for anybody who would like to. You got to be on my mailing list to get the announcement, but you can do that by going onto my website. And I offer a segment on Zoom once a month called Ask Lisa Anything.
Aw.
And anybody can come on that call and ask me anything they want. I never know what people are going to ask me who are dealing with Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. And I have a lot of people that come on and they just listen.
Yep.
Because they want to, for several reasons, they want to know that they're not the only ones going through that, and they want to hear what other people are asking me, but they're learning from it. Or you can ask me a question and I'll answer it as best I can. So anyway, these are all the resources that I offer people who are also dealing with this in their lives.
Aw. It makes me think that maybe some of them are really hoping that somebody else will ask the question that they're thinking about, and they might not just have the courage to ask it yet.
Oh, that happens. Yeah, which is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
If they just want to, we invite everybody to ask a question. A lot of people, we can see they're on the show, and I reassure them, if you don't feel comfortable identifying yourself or asking a question, hopefully you're learning just as much by listening to what other people are asking, because maybe it was something that you had a need to know. And so you're right about that. I mean, I do that. Yeah.
So we have about 2.5 minutes or so left. I love to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or in your heart that you just feel like you need to share with people. So is there anything that you would like to share with us?
There's one thing that I would like to close with.
Sure. Yeah.
Because it is another one of the myths or misconceptions about Alzheimer's disease. A lot of people believe, and I'm going to tell you this real quickly. This is a true statistic. I'm big on statistics.
Okay.
People starting at about the age of 55 developing Alzheimer's disease or one of these other brain diseases that causes dementia is the number one most feared disease.
Yes.
Because
I
of what
agree
it
with that one.
does to people. And probably one of the biggest myths that I want to bust in these last couple of minutes is, I've been doing this a really long time. And I can tell you from my family's experience, my personal experience, my professional experience, that an Alzheimer's diagnosis does not necessarily mean it's the end of your life right then and there. Like if the doctor gives you a diagnosis and then tells you to go get your mother's affairs in order.
Yeah.
No, people live very meaningful, purposeful, enjoyable lives for a very long time with this disease. There are a lot of things that people should know as to how to provide that type of existence and environment. And this is what I help with. But it does not mean your life is over. So please, please don't buy into that, because there's a lot of very, very joyful years left for people after a dementia diagnosis.
Yeah. That makes me feel a little bit better. But it is definitely one of those diseases that I fear, for sure.
So do I.
Yeah.
Having 5 blood relatives, I mean, of the 8 family members that I've had, 3 were through marriage, 5 are blood relatives.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at a higher risk of developing it than somebody who doesn't have a family history of it. So yeah, I mean, it's a daily concern of mine.
Yeah. Well, now you know a lot.
I figured as long as I can still remember my passwords, then I'm still okay.
Isn't that why we have like fingerprint facial recognition now? So we don't have to.
Yeah, but I don't use those. I'm kind of old school.
That's okay. It's okay.
I'm from the wrong generation.
You're always from the right generation. We just don't always play in our own generation.
Yeah.
So Lisa, I want to say, I'm really sore. I want to say thank you for being here with me. It's good to see you again. I love how honest you were. I know it can be hard, and I watched your energy shift as you talked. So I'm sending you love, and I appreciate
I'm
you so much.
sending you love too, Laura. It's so great
Oh.
to see you, and thanks for your wonderful interview. You're a wonderful
Thank
host.
you. It's because I'm so curious. I want to know everything. But it's only one of me, one lifetime, and a brain that is pretty full. So I have to like delete colors, numbers, basic math, and just bring in all this fun stuff. I appreciate you so much, Lisa.
And I appreciate you.
Okay.
Have a wonderful 2 more interviews to go. And
One more.
I wish,
One more.
oh, one more. I wish you all the best.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. And before my next guest here gets here, I am just going to stretch for a second. You have to wait just for a second, Jennifer. I'm going to be like, oh my God, stretch it up. You can do it with me behind the scenes. I'm going to lean over because I've been sitting here for hours. Jennifer, if you're ready to join me on stage, just give me a thumbs up. Do you need a moment to just wiggle it out?
You know what? I probably really do, actually. It's been a day.
How long have you been in your chair? No, you were in an appointment.
I was in my car a lot today and I still have more car time. So I'm just like, okay, yeah, we're good here. So I'm happy to be at my desk, actually.
Awesome. I am hoping that everything went as well as it could have this morning. I know we had to shift times for you, but I'm so glad you could still make it today because I'm like, I don't think I've interviewed you yet.
You have not. Yeah.
No, but I did see you in a call. It was yesterday.
Yeah, very briefly. Yesterday was another busy, crazy. I don't know what's going on this week, but yeah.
Everything is happening all the time.
You're right. Absolutely.
But when I saw you in the call yesterday, I noticed that you had this lovely round thing behind your head, and I get distracted by fun things. So can you tell us about that, and then we'll do the interview?
Sure. It's really funny is I just had this really blank wall when I was kind of setting up a place to do calls and was looking for something, and I came across this kind of just carved circle. Yeah. And I put it there, and I was just meant it to be temporary. And people kept commenting on that it made it look like I had this sort of like
halo.
And I was like, oh, well, that's a really nice thought. So I was like, I'll just keep it there for now. So that's my little halo, I guess. So yeah. No real big story about it. It didn't come in from any place really special. It's just a wall decor. So
it doesn't matter, because then my thought is it makes you look like an angel.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so usually how I start an interview is with whatever distracts me first. And I know that there are people watching who are just going to be distracted by the thing. So I try to just comment about the thing.
Gotcha.
Get it out of the way and then get into the interview.
That's smart. Yeah.
So I love asking an intro question because I'm doing some research. I want to know about entrepreneurs and how they see themselves. So here's my big question. Jennifer, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Ooh.
I know. I love it.
You start out with a big challenge for the day.
This is me.
I think empathetic, for one.
Okay. Empathetic. Mm-hmm.
Kind of maybe creative or out of the box thinking. So creative.
Uh-huh.
And oh boy, you really put me on the spot.
I'll tell you why afterwards. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Actually, this is probably more than one word though, but non-judgmental. And that's actually something that my clients have said a lot. It's feedback I get. So I'm like, I kind of like that. So.
Okay. So you said, what did I spell wrong? Oh, I put a dash. Okay. So empathetic,
yes.
Creative or out of the box thinking, and non-judgmental. So the reason why I do this is because people like you and I, we've just been in so many interviews or watched so many interviews where it's the same thing over and over. What I'm trying to do with the question on your end is to just get rid of the pre-programmed responses.
Gotcha.
I'm challenging your thinking right at the very beginning so that you're not like, okay, what was my elevator pitch? How do I say it perfectly? No. I want to get to know Jennifer. So what happens behind the scenes on my end is I go, in 3 words, you get to tell me about your values. You get to tell me about how you show up in the world. You get to tell me how you like other people to interact with you. You get to tell me how you weave things into your business and your personal life without telling me any of that.
Yeah, that's a sneaky way, but I love it. Love that, because I think it does, even though being put on the spot makes me really uncomfortable.
I know.
I like to think about it later then too and be like, okay, well, what was the reason for that? And am I showing up the way that I actually want people to see me? So that I like that. Thank you. Thanks for the challenge.
You're welcome. And I know it's hard for some people because they are the type who want to have the pre-programmed responses, but I try to do it in such a way where they feel my love and they feel my genuine caring and curiosity.
Yeah.
Like I just love people. So then here's how we continue the interview. So these 3 words that you used, empathetic, we're just going to stick with creative to keep with the single words, and then non-judgmental. How do those words or those concepts play a role in the work that you do?
Well, as a hypnotherapist and mindset coach, I think empathy and non-judgment definitely have to be my top priorities with my clients, really meet them where they are. The creativity piece actually comes into play, I think, because of doing hypnotherapy, which I don't know what your experience with that is, but sometimes you really have to get creative in how you're getting people to look at things, from their past or even what they're experiencing now and get them to see it in a different way. So coming up with an analogy or something. So I really have to have that as a skill in order to get the person to see what they need to see in the way they need to see it. And so then I think intuition also has to come into play because I have to try and dial into where are they? Where can I meet them? So.
Yeah. And the non-judgmental part, that just weaves right in. I love all of this. So hypnotism, I do want to touch on that for a second.
Sure.
You asked what my experience was. I've seen hypnotists. I've taken hypnotic training. Like I've had coaching sessions with them. Have I ever been hypnotized? No.
Okay.
But what clarity I'm getting from my spiritual mentors is that when I meditate the way that I like to meditate and actually get into a meditative state, I'm hypnotizing myself. Like I'm in a hypnotic state. I was like, oh, that's why I don't remember anything that the mediator said or the guided person said. And that I have my own journey and then I'm still feeling what they had intended me to feel, but I don't remember any of it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because as soon as you said, have I ever been hypnotized? I wanted to say, yes, you have. Because,
I know, right?
Right? Because honestly, we are all actually walking around in a trance all the time. We're walking around in the trance of the beliefs that we've come to know as our own, even if they're not really what resonates with us on our soul level. We're in that trance. And so most often when people come to me, what I tell them is I'm not taking you into a trance. I'm taking you out of your trance. I'm going to bring you to something new, something better. Where do you want to go? Let's get out of the trance. So,
I like that thinking.
That's kind of a way of challenging you and that statement of you've never been hypnotized because maybe you have.
I was like, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And then this awareness surfaced probably just in the last year or so. And I'm like, I never even thought of it like that. And then your layer of us already being in a trance or multiple trances, where they're basically like layers and filters.
Mhm. Because you're playing out what you know day after day. Not only are you living the same experiences, but you're also living in those same emotions. So
Mhm.
we have a negative emotion about something instead of every day starting with, okay, I have a new feeling about it. And you don't. You pick up where you left off because your brain goes, that's what I knew yesterday. So this is what I know today, until you actively change that. So you're continuing to play out that emotion over and over.
So one of the things that I want to start doing as a daily practice, not an every once in a while practice, is along that lines. Is that you or me?
It's me. I apologize. I turned my phone off. I'm not sure why that's doing it. It's
Ah,
coming through my computer. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
that's okay. So
Okay,
I
it's
keep this image on my phone. It's a feelings wheel. I'm not
yes,
sure if you
yes.
can see it. Yes,
Yep.
because I don't always have the words in the moment, but I know that when I have the words, I'm much more clear on where I actually am versus where I thought that I was before
Mhm.
doing it. The thing that bugs me is when people say, I feel some sort of way.
Oh.
Oh, how are you supposed to know what next step to take if you
Mhm.
can't articulate where you actually are? So if I'm in Canada and looking to go to Paris, France, that doesn't help Google tell me where to go. I have to
Right.
be a little more specific than that. Hopefully
Yes.
she's good. Yeah, she's not trying to get involved today. But I like that whole idea.
I think sometimes people don't know what they feel for a couple of reasons. One, it's kind of scary to admit
Yes.
what we feel. And then other
Yes.
times we kind of have this overwhelmed feeling. I always call that like an umbrella when we have so many feelings coming at us.
Mhm.
So what I tell people is if you don't really know, let's just use overwhelmed right now until we can take those layers off and find, where it is you actually need to go. But definitely fear plays into the role in that. But I love that analogy of like, if you don't know where you're going, you're not going to get there.
No. And then earlier this week, we added another layer to it that basically said, you don't need to tell Google that your house is blue, that it's 3-bedroom, you have 5 baths with tile on the floor. It doesn't need to know that to get you to Paris. It
Right.
just needs to know the road and the number,
Yes.
or maybe GPS. Like that's it.
Right.
It doesn't need all the details. So Jennifer, I want to kind of weave this into your core message. So can you share? I'm just assuming you have one.
Yeah.
Can you share what your core message is, just so it's like easily repeated to others?
So the message that I most often want people to get is that in order to change what we think, we have to change what we feel. So we have to look at our emotions, whether it's from something traumatic in the past or something that's going on with you now. You're not going to get to a clear thought. You're not going to find clarity until you go through those emotions. So we've got to look at the feelings. We've got to process them before we can change our thoughts. That's the key. It really is, because we're kind of, again, we're in the trance, but we're also kind of stuck in a storm because our emotions will always overpower our thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
They are running the show as much as we don't want them to. They're running the show. And anybody will know that if they're having something going on and, they feel very stressed about something, it's because their emotions are so powerful in that moment. You're not going to be able to get an answer or a clear thought. So yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to hear your perspective of this, because you're just in a different field than I am, but I work with emotions a lot too. And basically what I tell people is there's 4 ways that we fail, but they're also the 4 ways that we succeed. And they start with the way that we think, the way that we feel, how we act, and what we believe. And when we're building it, we start with the thoughts. Then feelings happen because of thoughts. Then actions happen because we have those feelings. Then we start the beliefs because we keep taking the actions, right? We see how it builds.
Yeah.
But then if we want to change it, we have to reverse that process.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So I completely agree about the whole, you have to identify your feelings to really change those thoughts.
Absolutely. I actually just did a talk the other day on limiting beliefs and the steps to changing it. It's like you have to come up with what's a better end result, and then testing it out. First, you got to like be curious, find out then a better end result, then test it. Like you said, testing, trying those things out. And then you can change the thought. But unless you can unpack all of that, you're not going to be able to find the answer you want or what it is you're looking for. So, yeah.
Thanks, Janet. Think, feel, believe. Exactly. It's just all of this has to do with everything that we do. And I just like that when we do the thoughts to belief, like working our way up, that's conscious. But then it flips because now it's a habit, which means it's unconscious. And then we don't know what's going on. And then we need people like you, Jennifer, to help us figure out what our beliefs are. Because if we're not even recognizing them, we can't change them.
Absolutely.
Or it's more difficult to change them.
For sure. Yeah. You have to have an awareness before you can do anything. Just like with anything at all that you want to do, you've got to have an awareness of what is wrong, what is not going well for me, what do I want to change. Unless we can answer that question, like you said, to go to Paris, we don't know the road to take, you know.
So what we've been doing today is we've been playing with how we see conversation on this topic. So in your industry of hypnotism and belief systems and changing all of this, where would you like to see this conversation go in like mass population in the next year, 2 years, maybe even 5 years?
I love this question so much.
I was like, I'm just going to keep asking this one. It's good.
It's such a good question. And I actually have been talking about this a lot, where I have this seed for something that I think in order to actually change the world, and I really do believe it will change the world, but I'm one small person, so I don't know how to get this to happen. So if anybody's listening and has an idea, I really believe, so the result for changing our beliefs has got to be addressing the emotions, but so many of us do not have those tools. We are not taught that, and that's why we're struggling as a society. I believe that emotional processing needs to be part of the curriculum in schools from kindergarten on up. And I think that is the only way we're going to start seeing a decline in this overwhelming sense of kind of being lost that so many people have, you know, and the problems that we see in the schools. And then as people become adults, how it grows. So we need the tools. So in order to do that, we've got to start teaching it somewhere. So I just really believe that so firmly, that we've got to have it as part of our curriculum as strongly as math or history or English. Like, it needs to be there. I have no idea how to make that happen, but I believe that.
Well, I actually started doing that with my daughter once she started school. I think it was grade 1, maybe, that was the first time I went and talked to her class specifically about emotions.
Wonderful.
Now, I think it was grade 4, maybe, where I basically went in and I was teaching them a vagus nerve stimulation, but I didn't call it that for them.
Sure.
I was like, basically, we're going to play with our nervous system. We're going to play with the gatekeeper of our nervous system. I'm teaching the teacher and I'm teaching the kids, because the kids will find it funny, because the first step is holding in farts. And the teacher will like it because she gets to have slightly more regulated kids when they come back from lunch.
Right.
And so we would have those conversations about emotions. And I started the conversation by saying something along the lines of me befriending fear. And they were like, wait, you can do that? I was like, yes.
Yeah.
And then you start kind of getting into that. Now, I know schools now, not all of them, but some of them have charts on the door or on the wall when they first walk in, and then they point to or they talk about how they're feeling when they enter the room or exit the room.
I love that.
And we're getting there. But we do need to do more. We have to make that a part of our, not just one time a day, but part of our language.
Absolutely. Yes, 100%. I believe that so much. And I'm a little removed from my kids are adults now. So I'm a little removed from like what's going on in the school now. So I love that they're doing that.
Mine's 14.
What's that? Yours is what?
I said mine's 14. She's in the kitchen making snack.
Well, it's still like, I think that's just such a wonderful thing if they're doing that, and it really should be in all schools. And I know you're in Canada, I'm in the US, so it might also be different here what we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I need to start asking some people what's going on in the classroom.
Now I need to share this from Janet again. So even a solitary person can change the world one person at a time. So much needs to be added to curriculums about life.
Yes.
I want to agree with her and just take this moment, Jennifer, to be like, it doesn't matter if you're one person. You're one person. Your only job as one person is to inspire other people to work with you. That's
Yeah.
it. You don't need to force them. You don't need to ask them. You don't need to beg them. You don't need to call them in. Your job is to inspire them to come and help of their own free will. So you just saying what you want and putting that out to the world, people like me are like, yes, how can I get involved?
I love that. Thank you. Thanks for that reminder. That's
Yeah.
yeah. I think I forget that sometimes. I think, oh,
Me
how
too.
can I make that change? Yeah.
Mhm. So sending love. Do you feel the love?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
So
Thank you.
there's a lot of misconceptions about anything to do with hypnosis. Can you give
Mhm.
us a little bit more from your point of view on what the differences might be between mindfulness or meditation and hypnosis, or even just challenging belief systems?
Yeah. Most of the time when I start working with a client, I'll do a little pre-talk with them and I'll be like, tell me what you know about hypnosis. And a lot of times all people know is what they see. Like if they go on a cruise ship. Yeah, exactly that. I'm going to collect like a check-in. I'm going to, do something crazy, sing a song that I don't know, I don't know, embarrass myself in some way is what people
Yes.
normally think. And, it becomes another level of fear for them. But
Yeah.
it's actually so empowering to be in a state of hypnosis because you are going into your feelings in a more heightened state of awareness rather than being kind of removed from them. I'm not controlling anything. You're in complete control. And that's what I always tell my clients. I say, you're in control. You're running the show. I'm just kind of like taking your arm and walking beside you here. And we're going to go through what you need to go through. Because I do regression hypnotherapy where we go to the past, to past situations, what happened. We follow a feeling. We take a feeling from whatever's kind of your predominant feeling you're experiencing today is because it's somewhere in the past that you had that initial feeling happen and you never healed it. And so every time it gets kind of touched now, you start having that same reaction. So in regression, yes, we follow it back to the past and then connect you to that younger you from that time. So if we go back to 7-year-old you had some traumatic thing happen or just even something that just impacted you in a negative way that you didn't know what to do with the feelings about, we have you connect to that younger self. So you're kind of having this conversation with a younger you and allowing yourself to sort of reparent. And that's not to say that someone's parents didn't do a good job. It's to say that we don't know what we don't know. And if you didn't have the tools to say to your parents, hey, this is a problem for me or this hurt me, they aren't going to know how to help. So it's you being the parent to your younger self. So you're in a more heightened state of awareness rather than being controlled or manipulated, which is what so many people tend to think hypnosis would be.
Yes.
So
and I was definitely one of those for a little while.
It's probably the biggest one, honestly. And it is very much like meditation, but it's sort of meditation with a guide. I'm asking you, what do you see? And tell me what you're feeling in this time. So instead of, it's sort of like a live guided meditation rather than just having, playing a video or a soundtrack you've got offline somewhere where they're just telling you a script. I'm telling you what you need to hear to go to the place you need to go. So it's sort of like meditation in that regard.
I found that's where I get caught up a lot. If I go look for a YouTube video with somebody's voice that I like, that's the first thing. You have the wrong voice. I'm sorry, I can't listen to your videos.
It's true.
No matter how good it is. But when I start, I'm generally okay. But some videos have me trying to get to a meditative state so quickly that I'm anxious the entire time and I can't do it. And then other ones that are nice and I can get into the meditative state and I'm feeling good. But then they're asking me to do things at a pace that I don't feel comfortable. So then again, I'm getting into the anxious state. And so I love that you personalize it and you can watch somebody as you go.
Yes. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the cues from you. So your eyes are closed the whole time, but your body is showing me things. I can see when the relax happens. I can also see when the tension comes. I can look at if your face tightens up or something like that. And then I know I need to shift gears for you a little bit, that this isn't working. Or I can ask you a question. Hey, can you see that? Tell me what you feel right now. So it allows you to get that more personal direction to go to the place you need to go to. Definitely.
I can't remember which person I was interviewing earlier, but we did talk about the difference between sharing information and sharing your knowledge and your expertise versus being able to manipulate that knowledge and personalize it for somebody. That's where I find that my value really lies. Like, I don't want to charge for my knowledge. You can find that on Google, most of it, not all of it. You can find it wherever you want. But if you want me to take the time and shift it and change it and reposition it and see a different perspective specifically for you, that's where my time and money comes in.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. People want a personalized experience for sure.
Exactly. Oh, if you've ever played games where you have to pay money for a shirt or shoes or some extra hairstyle, like, we love personalization.
You want it to fit us. Yeah.
It
Definitely.
does nothing for the game. We just want to feel represented and expressed.
Yes. Definitely so. Yeah.
I laugh because my daughter got me onto Fortnite.
Oh.
And it doesn't matter what level you are, how many quests you complete. It does not change your gameplay except for visuals. That's it. So then I'm like, well, why do I want all these pretty things? Because they're pretty and it makes it feel more like me.
It's just fun, right? Yeah.
It's just fun. Oh, I want to double check the time. So we have about 17 minutes. Okay, good.
Okay.
Because I want to dive a little deeper. We did talk a little bit about misconceptions, but I want to know where your heart lies in sharing this message. So we have the typical speaking, author, podcast stuff. But earlier this week, we were talking about the other, maybe even more creative ways to share your message. Some people bake, some people dance, some people sing, some people do art, like whatever it is. Do you have any ways that you like to share your message, and it can involve any of those or something else?
I actually do a lot of those things. I think people who have it, I'm like, I paint, I take pictures. Like, I actually like to use photography for, kind of a way on my social media to like get people thinking about something. I've been doing a little thing on Fridays where I have them do a self-portrait without a picture of themselves and make a photo album on their phone and save it. So it's like something that shows something about you, whether it's something you're interested in, something that shows your morals, your what do we
like you can't really tell, but I have a big board up there.
Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of like, so you can go back and remember, like, this is who I am.
Yeah.
And I've had people, collecting their photos, and it's been really fun to see, they'll have a butterfly or something. And then the next week it'll be something they're going more out of the box where they've got to think a little deeper about what is it, that says something about them. I have
so many things. I want to show you this sticker because it's hilarious.
Oh,
it's a sloth that's partying at a disco.
I was going to say, is that a disco ball? I love that.
I love sloths. They're like the cutest things in the world. Oh my God. And I admire to be a little slower because my brain races like a freight train. But then I love to party. I'm always partying in my head. Life is just so exciting. And I just want everybody to attend my party.
And those reminders to see that is, especially if you're having a hectic day where it's kind of like you see, oh yes, that is who I am, when I'm not letting all these other things bog me down. So it's been a fun challenge to kind of have people think outside the box a little bit, and what really describes you. So I like to use the creativity in that way. And I really love to talk to people and just like hear what's your story. And I definitely enjoy connecting with people that way, one-on-one especially. And just trying to help them see, here's something that if it's not working for you, here's how we can change it. I really enjoy seeing the change for people, because that's why I do this, because that's what I found for myself. I mean, I actually got a message from a friend the other day. She goes, I'm watching what you're doing. And she's like, I remember when I met you, you were so shy. And I wouldn't talk to people. I would never, do something like this. And so the change that I've experienced through processing my emotions and working through things in my life has made me become more of who I want to be. And I want to grab everybody and go, come on, let's do it. Let's go. Let's bring you there too, because there's so much freedom in that, in feeling more authentic to what you aspire to be.
I love that you said that you weren't always this person and that you were afraid to be on camera.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about that? Because there are so many people who have a message. It's in their heart. They're right at that edge of, I want to share, but again, those emotions, those base needs that we're trying to fill are holding them tightly to where they are versus taking the next step or writing the next chapter.
And I think, for me, I was definitely always very, very shy. I'm an introvert. I mean, even though we can be introverted, we can be extroverted when we need to be, that introverted, but extroverted by necessity. But when you have a level of shyness that is really high, that's actually something different altogether than introversion. It's actually a fear.
Thank you.
It's fear of expressing yourself. It's a fear of being rejected. So that's what I had to do is go back and find out, where's that coming from childhood, where did I get that belief about myself? And once I worked through that, I was still scared the first time I stood up in front of a group, and it was actually only a year ago that I stood in front of a live group, and I expected about 20 people, and I walk in and there's 100, and I was like, oh, like I didn't know, what to do here. But one thing that I have really found that has helped me a lot is to sort of just dive in, even if it scares me, I know that there's growth on the other side of that fear. And that's when I know the big change is going to happen. So even when I'm afraid to share the message, or when I have been afraid to share the message, I know that I need to share it for me. Even if no one else receives it, I need to share it for me. And so that's what I would say to everybody who's out there listening and saying, I have this message, but I don't know what to do with it. You need to share it for yourself first, whatever that looks like, and jump into that fear. And when we dive into the fear, that's where our growth comes.
Oh, wow. That plays right into what I've been experiencing the last 6 months. So I agreed to do a story slam, which is basically you telling personal stories in front of a live audience.
Oh.
And this particular one, its theme is fear. So of course it's going to be deep. It's probably going to be cry worthy, like all of that. And I applied because I knew that there was stuff in my life that I was processing and I wanted to share it. So I started writing this talk. And of course, I come from the thinking mode of, I'm going to teach people. Here's my coach mode talk. And then quickly my brain was like, no. Once I started writing it down, it turned into a very personal, very clear, very, I'm going to call it warning worthy version of what I needed to heal and process in order to start my next chapter and write my next chapter. So I give the talk in 2 weeks and I've been practicing it. And I just finished writing it before our last meeting. And when I was saying it in front of the room, I'm bawling my eyes out. Like I can't even say it the way that I need to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm to the point where I'm starting to remember my talk, because this is the first talk I've written down in probably years. And it feels so good now because I can look at that deepest, darkest point of my life. That's all of my stories of rejection go to that specific point. And I'm feeling what I need to feel exactly as I felt it,
Mm-hmm.
so that I can heal and identify the feeling so that other people can identify their feelings with it.
Because the truth is that we all want to know that we're not alone in what we've experienced. So even if your story is different than someone else's, you're going to touch them through the emotion, because our emotions, there's only so many emotions. You showed me that wheel. This is how many there are.
Well, I mean, there's more than that, but close enough.
Right. We're all going to be experiencing the same emotions in some way, shape, or form, whether it's the same or similar. Your story is going to touch people and make them think about their own story. And that's where the real connection comes, is we want to feel that we're not alone in this. So I love that. I love that you're embracing your story for yourself, because that's where you're going to meet everyone else too.
And I told the guy organizing it, I was like, I don't actually know exactly what I'm going to write about, but I know that I need to write and do this, because whatever this is needs to be processed. And I feel like this is the way I need to do it. And it totally was.
That's awesome.
It forced me into so many things that I've been fearing.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels so good. The growth, just
diving into the fear. My youngest son he has backpacked many places around the world. And I asked him one time, I was like, doesn't it scare you to do this? He's like, of course it scares me. Because I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, nothing scares this kid, And he's like, of course it scares me. But I know that that's where I'm going to learn things and I'm going to grow. And I always kind of think about that when I start getting nervous. I'm like, well, if he could do it, I can, I need to do that too, and embrace the fear. Sometimes fear just needs to get a big hug.
I just need to share this quote. I feel you in so many ways on that statement. I know. I love when people are like, yes, I get it. Because then it makes us finally feel seen. And I know with the hypnotism, that's part of your specialty, is being able to get to that point so that not only you see them, but they see themselves.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. I am loving this. I need to talk to you more, Jennifer.
Too.
Are there any ways that you would love to share your message that maybe you haven't yet?
I'm just kind of getting into being out doing podcasts and things like that. And I have really enjoyed when I've been doing that. So that is definitely something that I would love to be doing more. But as far as totally new, I'm not really sure, because I wrote a book. I've done that.
Ooh,
and
show us. You have it?
I do.
Oh, yes. Now I want to know.
It's called Free from the Cage. And it's a guide to take you from overwhelm to peace. And it's in two parts. It's the first part is about emotional processing and why we need to do it and how we can start going about doing that. And then the second part is mindset changes that will come once we have dealt with the emotions. So I just actually got it published this summer. So I'm just kind of getting it out there now and working on an audiobook and some other things in the next month or two. So sharing the message that way, I've done that. I don't know. I'm always just open for when things show up. I'm kind of like, oh, that sounds interesting. I'll try that. So I don't really like have a strict path for where I'm going. I think I just like finding it along the way. So.
That's what one of our other guests was saying earlier. She's just like, I'm just super curious that I want to try something and play with it and then see what happens. I wish we were all like that. So Jennifer, I want to make sure we have about 5 minutes left, but I want to make sure that people know where to find you and your favorite way of communicating.
Okay. So I do have a website. It's jennifer-riggs.com. And my book is on there. And I also have a lot of free downloadables and different information videos. I'm also starting, I started a while ago, YouTube channel. So I'm growing that, and I'll have videos. There's quite a lot of videos on there, just like real short ones. And I'm starting to put some longer ones. So some good resources on the YouTube channel. So just Jennifer Riggs, Mindset Coach there. Jennifer Riggs, Mindset Coach on Facebook and Instagram. I'm not so active on, but I'm trying. So basically on all the socials, it's Jennifer Riggs, Mindset Coach. So yeah.
So
My
then
favorite
I also
way-
like, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you asked my favorite way. Honestly, like social media is probably the best way, or, through my website, you can send a request for contact or to talk or something on there. So,
But you did mention that Instagram you're working on being able to use. Do you have a
Yeah.
social media that you love?
I've used Facebook more than anything. Jennifer Riggs, Mindset Coach on Facebook. So,
Awesome. So then I also like to hold some space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or something in your heart that you want to share. So is there anything that you would like to share?
Well, we've covered a lot of stuff. I think, you know what, I just love to tell people that if there's anything that you're feeling you're struggling with in your life,
Mhm.
that's a message kind of from your soul that you need to address. And there's so much value in looking at that, and to not, to say to not be afraid wouldn't be accurate, because I think, again, like we said, on the other side of that fear is where we're going to have the growth and change. But just keep going. Just keep going. That's actually what I wrote in the beginning of my book. My dedication is to anyone in need of healing to just keep going. So that's what I like to tell people.
Like Dory, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep
Yes.
swimming.
Yes, exactly. Because we're gonna get there if we do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yesterday, Leanne brought up, that image that keeps going around social media of the two guys mining, either completely vertically or horizontally, whichever. And one guy stops right before the gold, and the other guy keeps going and finds the gold.
Mm-hmm.
That's that same concept. Just keep going. That consistency. Never give up.
Consistency.
I mean, unless it's bad for you, of course,
Right.
give that
Yeah.
up.
And it's interesting too, because sometimes I've talked to people, actually this has come up a couple times recently with people where they're like, something they love, but they still get a sense that it's not the right thing for them, and how hard that is to step away from, but to just trust your intuition on that, because maybe there's something on the other side of that too. So to keep going through that.
So this is officially the end of the show, but I would love to invite you to just give a little feedback. I know you haven't been here all day, but what I usually do with my co-host is I like to see what kind of insights or comments stood out to you today. So I'll ask you first. Was there anything that stood out to you in our conversation, or anything that you heard today?
Well, in our conversation, because like you said, I wasn't able to.
Yeah, you missed most of it. That's fine.
It was a crazy day.
No, go back and watch it all, Jennifer. Then in 2 minutes, give it.
Totally will. Maybe not in 2 minutes, but I absolutely will.
Exactly.
I look forward to doing that. But I really love connecting with people, and the way we talked about doing it for you, doing it for you first, and prepping your talk, and how it became more about what you need for you, and then it will become what everyone else needs too. And I absolutely love that message so much. So that was probably my favorite point.
I was talking to the family photos on the living room wall earlier with my little hydration kind of pellets. It's like, this is my microphone, so I make sure that my arm can get used to holding it, and so I don't do this because it's been a while.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Usually I just project. It's not very often I have a hand mic, so I was like, I gotta practice that.
You're gonna do great. I know it.
I've been on the stage since I was 4. I'm more of a performer. Okay. Talking, just like speaking talks, not plays. That's more new, like since 2016.
Okay.
So, yeah. Like I need to move. So we're messing.
I can see that. You have a beautiful presence. So I know you'll make it.
I try really hard not to hit the table or knock over all the dishes of glasses of water trying to stay hydrated. Yeah. It's a feat. let's see. Some of the things that stood out to me today, I'm just going to grab. Oh, okay. A running pattern of the day was many of us are multi-passionate. Many of us have different areas or different hobbies or different ways that we share a message, which can seemingly be unrelated. But really today we found a lot of connections between all of those, whether it's somebody's story about moving countries to come to Canada or come over to the Americas, or just the numerous skills that they have or the numerous methods in which they share their story. We really dug deep into why those things are today. So I loved that pattern. I also loved that we went down that road of conversation needs to be better. So then that question kept coming up of, well, how would you like conversation to be in the next year, 2 years, 5 years? Because we just have to keep growing. And I love that. And if we go back to the words people used, loving and caring, like that kind of energy, like that open, honest, I just want to hug you kind of energy, that was a big pattern with people's words too. So I love that.
We need more of that for sure.
Yeah,
we all
exactly. So I do want to take this time to say thank you to everyone who joined me as a guest, who is watching live, who watches the replay, who commented, got involved. I love all of this. This is the end of day 3, but tomorrow we will be back for day 4 of Amplify Your Message, which will be the last day that I host this week. Don't worry, I'll be back for the next one because I'll be busy emceeing the boot camp this weekend. If you haven't heard of the Experts Boot Camp, we basically talk all things speaking, writing, podcasting. And Corey guides us with lots of experts. This weekend, we have Dr. Joe, which I have had the pleasure of interviewing for these Blue Talks interviews. We have Bob Proctor's son. I do not remember his first name right now. Rob? Maybe. I don't know. My apologies. He's new to me. And another lady, which I do not remember her name because she is new to me as well. But major author, major last name, thought leader, Joe Vitale, only because I know him and love his stuff and have been following him for a long time. So I'm excited. Tomorrow is day 4. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern. We go till 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So same bat channel, same bat time. It's all good. Much love from me to you. Have a wonderful day. Is there anything that you want to say, Jennifer?
Just want to say thanks so much for having me here, and for everyone out there watching, and everybody just keep going.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then we dance and sing while we press the end stream button. Da, 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 da. End the stream. Yes, please.